Recording in progress.
Hello and welcome. The Centennial School Board meeting is now called to order at 8:59 a.m. on August 1st. Thanks everybody for being here so prompt and early this morning. I know we got a long day ahead of us. We've got a lot of things that we're going to talk about, and I just appreciate you all being here and present. This is what makes the difference in what we do, I think. First thing we've got today is a team building activity. So hopefully everybody remembered to bring an artifact, something that they can share about themselves, just get to know each other a little bit better. And we can either go around in a circle or popcorn. If anybody is like super extrovert and is like, please let me go first, the floor is yours.
Here is my card that I brought. It's My Fair Lady. Most of you know that I do a lot of theater and acting, so if I'm not at a meeting, it's because I'm at a dress rehearsal or a show. And a little bit of history. I took 17 years off of theater because I have 4 children, 26, 24, 20, and 19. The 19-year-old is a foster child and came back to visit for the first time in a year and didn't pretend I didn't exist. It was very exciting, and she is doing well. And proud mom moment for my kids. So my son is taking the whole family to Disneyland for Christmas. Wow. Yeah, guys, he's a good human because he is very sweet. So we've had a lot of good family moments over the summer, and it's been lovely. So I'm just happy. I'm exhausted, but I'm happy. Thank you. Yep. Somebody else has to go. Should I stare at somebody? Okay.
This is my why. This is my wife and my daughter, and this is what Snapfish can do for you.
People still use mouse pads.
Yeah, and so they are, I knew how to receive love, like growing up with parents and everything, but I never realized the level to give love until getting together with my wife, and then us having a daughter together, and everything that I do, everything I think, everything I try to achieve is with these two in mind. And I'm sure many of you have the similar feelings and beliefs. And
Not about your wife.
No, not about the same people, but can relate.
I do love Keegan.
She is one of a kind.
Darling.
Yes, so that's my why.
Thank you for sharing.
I am the artifact today.
So many
I have
pandas.
the earrings. I have the earrings. I have the watch. I have the panda, whatever, and my pandemonium. Advice from a panda: be lovable, care for your habitat, chew your food well, live large, take it slow, cherish wild places, and make a little pandemonium, which is apparently the way I've lived most of my life. Not having that definition. My first panda was given to me by my oldest brother when I was 6. We lost that in a fire, but I have the next one that I received when I was 8. I have more than 1,000 pandas in my home. Some of you have been in my home, and it's kind of like you start looking, you go, there's one, there's one, there's one. So I wear them, they're around me all the time. I had an opportunity to visit China and work in a panda reserve. What I did learn is that they look soft and cuddly, but don't mess with them. And I thought, oh, that's my spirit animal. I could look like I don't, but don't mess with me and my own kind of a thing, which I consider this in terms of the district. I consider that in terms of my family, but the people that I spend my time with, that's the way I feel about them. So a panda is a really good example of that. And, I have my panda pad today. I have panda stickers and my stress ball, so I'm like, don't anybody bother me today, because I've got a way to release my stress.
Thank you for sharing. I think we have a new word. Instead of pandemonium, it should be Pam-demonium.
Wow.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. I paused for emphasis.
Like, pay attention to my joke.
All right. So my artifacts today really stem around the thoughts about opportunity and why I choose to volunteer my time with the district. I felt fortunate enough to grow up in Oregon at a time where I was afforded a lot of opportunities. And I do have a little bit of pack rat in me, so I've kept a lot of my memories. This was my very first ever tie-dye from Camp Namanu when I was like 12. I currently am, like, I work in arts and crafts at a summer camp, and so, like, this was definitely, yeah, that was in there. And then this is hilarious because, reality number one, working women and the child care crunch. So this was from 1992. I was invited to go to a Women in Engineering conference downtown. And I was always really good at math, but I never understood like all of the things, and to get thrown into there and be like, here's the problem and you got to solve it. And it was just like this opportunity that showed me like, okay, so my skills at math are good for something, right? And like how cool to just be able to have that opportunity and explore different careers. I will say, looking at this now, it's pretty dated. The worksheets, if you're interested, it'll be pretty funny. We can look at that and laugh about it later. But just, I really want to see more opportunities for our kids today. That's one of the reasons that I'm so passionate about getting like activities and sports and different things when kids are younger, because I think that the more that they find a connection to something, the more likely they are to complete their schooling and do things. So it's all about opportunity.
Camp Lamont is sure to shine.
All of the time.
And I saw Rose brought a tub of artifacts, so there may be more times today when
We can have some fun.
So I think that that's a good segue for the artifact that I brought, which is this water polo ball, and I've thought about 5 or 6 layers of meaning, so let me try to see if I can resurrect them in my mind. But I think, number one, it's the Olympics time, so if anyone's watched any of the water polo, I've got both the men's and the women's on record, so I can watch them even if I'm not available to watch them when they're on. Similar to what Rose was talking about in terms of providing opportunity, I was born in California in the Bay Area, moved up to Oregon when I was in 4th grade. I was just thinking about this last week, between 4th and 5th grade, I attended 4 different elementary schools, and ended up kind of bouncing around here in Centennial. I went to Lynchview and then to Lynch Meadows, and it wasn't until I was a freshman in high school that I kind of found what was my thing, which was playing water polo. I felt like Harry Potter under the stairs, reading books, like not quite knowing what my pathway was until he found wizardry or whatever. It's like the same thing for me in terms of, like, for everybody, it's not going to be this, but it's something. And so I think that that's an important aspect, because I can draw all of my accomplishments back to the confidence I gained by playing here at Centennial High School, becoming captain of the team my senior year, going on to Oregon State, becoming captain of that team. Like, all of that trajectory was built on an experience that I had here and was able to develop. This particular ball is meaningful to me because when I was in college, I worked during the summer at the pool here, and I had been a lifeguard and a swim instructor, and then Martin McLean, if anyone remembers back in the day, he was the pool manager. He started wanting to take his summers off, which makes a lot of sense. So I would just happen to be in the office one day, and he mentioned that he needed somebody to take over. I will do it. And so I was making $20 an hour as a college student, which was really good money at the time, and managing the pool for 5 hours a day. So all of that's to say is I was feeling pretty high and mighty. And so I graduated from college with a business degree, and September 11th happened. So I figured I was just going to coast into a job, and the economy kind of didn't agree with that. So I was out of work for almost a year. Like, I didn't get a job right out of college, but what I did during that time was I volunteered to help coach the water polo team here. So Julie Fife, who works at the front desk. Her son played on the team, so his signature is somewhere on the ball. So they gave me a ball at the end of that time with the signatures on it. So part of the meaning for me in this also is the humbling experience I had of things just not working out exactly as I'd hoped for. And so once I did get that job at Progressive Insurance, which I think I shared that artifact last time, even though it wasn't my favorite job over time, I felt really fortunate to have that job, which I don't think if I would have had that experience, I would have had. And so from that experience, a couple of things. Number one, in terms of like the education that kids get, I didn't feel like I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to find a job. I didn't want to get a job just like go to the store and bag groceries or whatever. Not that that's a bad thing to do, but I didn't want to take away from my time to find a job for the degree that I got by doing a job. Monster.com had just come out, and I don't know. All of that's to say is like for the first time in my life, I felt like I didn't know what to do. And so, part of that is the structure of school and then getting out of that. And part of that, I think, is what school can do to help you make that transition from school into life as well. So I reflect on that when I see this fall, because that was a hard year, but it was a growth year as well. So I'll leave it there.
I forgot how public this was going to be. So when I was in college, I had several jobs. One was unpacking antiques that would come over from England in a shipping container. And so as part of that, you got to kind of like unpack all the drawers, and they would be stuffed with more little artifacts from England, stuff like wrapped in English newspaper. And it was one of my funnest jobs, actually. I really enjoyed it. But I came upon this, it was kind of like a statement of purpose, kind of a non-religious one. Because in my private life, I'm a little more sappy and romantic. But also on the back, there was a kind of a statement. My family came up kind of in the Catholic tradition of St. Francis. And my uncle, who I'm named after, my Uncle David, was killed when he was 22 riding his bike in southeast Portland. And so this is a kind of statement that the family reads out a lot at memorials. And so if I have to read it out loud, please excuse me if I get a little choked up on it. But it's kind of like what I go back to. It sits on my desk, and it's what I go back to whenever I'm feeling like derailed or off track and not sure what I'm doing. It's called A Creed for Happiness by Robert Ingersoll. To love justice, to long for the right, to love mercy, to pity the suffering, to assist the weak, to forget wrongs and remember benefits, to love the truth, to be sincere, to utter honest words, to love liberty, to wage relentless war against slavery in all its forms, to love wife and child and friend, to make a happy home, to love the beautiful in art, in nature, to cultivate the mind, to be familiar with the mighty thoughts that genius has expressed, the noble deeds of all the world, to cultivate courage and cheerfulness, to make others happy, to fill life with the splendor of generous acts, the warmth of loving words, to discard error, to destroy prejudice, to receive new truths with gladness, to cultivate hope, to see the calm beyond the storm, the dawn beyond the night, to do the best that can be done, and then to be resigned. And then the back is the prayer of St. Francis. It says, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. Divine Master, grant me that I may not seek so much to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Thank you.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
This is a tire iron for a bicycle. This represents, I learned to ride a bike about a quarter of a mile east of here, and when I was 5 or 6, and I have been riding a bike pretty much continuously since then. I have since, I mean, I've changed a lot of tires on the road, bad weather, good weather. But about 10 years ago, I bought some really good tires, and I haven't had a flat tire since then, and it's been great. But the reason I wanted to bring this, and it didn't have any deep thoughts, is because I'm enjoying the Olympics so much. And I haven't enjoyed the Summer Olympics this much in a long time, but I was thinking about it and thinking, I think it has a lot to do with the fact that it's in Paris. And I love Paris. I've spent a lot of time in Paris, and seeing people swimming in the Seine is just astounding to me. I never thought I'd see something like that, and it means that all things are possible, actually. So, all things are possible here today.
Good morning, everyone. David, I had the same thought as you. Was like, how personal is this? This is televised and live. So, trying to think about that. But today I brought a polar stuff sack, and it's for a poncho. And so it has lots of different meanings. One is my oldest son is a super outdoor gear guy, and so a couple years ago he had bought this, and it's the size of like a twin comforter, but it has this beautiful floral design on one side, and it has a hood, and it was so awesome that once I got it as a gift, the whole family had to get matching ponchos. So we all have these basically sleeping bag ponchos. And so I appreciate that, like, he knew me enough to be like, it's fun, it's bright, it's lovely, my mom will love it, she'll stay warm. And so it also just represents thinking about the outdoors, and I just got done doing a 90-mile hike last week, doing from Fort Stevens to Cape Lookout, and so getting to enjoy the Oregon coast in such an intimate way, and knowing that Owen, one of my kids, and Leo, my other kids, also really love to be outdoors. And so knowing that from, you know, the experiences I've had as a kid being outdoors, working at summer camps, that's transferred to them. And so they have that free spirit. They love to be outdoors. I love that our kids get to go to outdoor school. I think, you know, whatever we can do to ensure that that continues because of those opportunities and those experiences and those chances to be free and independent and discover things about yourself. And so, and this also represents we're in the midst of transition. Our oldest kid is leaving in September, and he's the last of kids to leave. So our youngest moved out a few years ago. We had a nephew with us, and so getting ready to be in that place in life where we get to see them grow and flourish, and we won't have anybody else in our house. So this week we've made like one meal from Sunday last all the way through to yesterday. It was like, wow, like the food bill is gonna go way down. So we get to see them and enjoy them from afar, and then also just embrace this part of our life. So that's a bit about me.
Good morning. My artifact is a 20-sided dice. So for a little bit of context, I moved to the Portland metro area about a year and a half before the pandemic hit, and so hadn't really had a chance to even find a community that I could be a part of, and then suddenly really lost the opportunity to continue exploring that for a significant period of time. But coming out of that pandemic, one of the things that I discovered and found that I really enjoyed was tabletop role-playing games, and became very involved with looking for opportunities to engage, and found through that a community here in this area of people who liked the same things that I did and kind of caught all the same nerdy references that I find funny. And it's become a huge part of my life outside of work to have this community of people that are welcoming and inclusive, and it's an amazing outlet for creativity and being social in a way that feels really good and healthy. And so I was thinking about it, and for me, you know, leaning into the things I love helps me find people who love the same things, and that's how I find my people, and it's something I've really embraced in the last couple years. And I think of that in terms of the students we work with. How do we create opportunities for them to try new things and find the things they love and can lean into to find their people and find their sense of community, and how can we help remove any barriers that get in the way of that? And so, yeah, I just thought it was a good metaphor for my why of why I'm in education and like working with kids, so. Thank you.
Can I ask your favorite game?
Good morning, everyone. So mine is a placard, and it says, "I am still learning." And that sits in my morning room, so I see it every day. The back of it says, even in his 87th year, the great Italian Renaissance artist Michelangelo, creator of such masterpieces as the Sistine Chapel and the sculpture of David, is quoted as saying, "I am still learning." Given the scope of his achievement in painting, sculpture, poetry, and architecture, his humility is striking and strongly reminiscent of the Greek philosopher Socrates. So it sits in my morning room, see it every day, but it also goes back to me growing up in Philadelphia. And my mom instilled in me a lot of qualities that I hold. The three that really stand out that are reminiscent of this, I think, to be a learner, be curious, and then also to do whatever you want to do and not let any one person impact that. And then you're going to spend a lot of time working. Make sure you love what you do. So this is really who I am. I think I show up this way. I try to show up this way for the people that I influence, and just really try to influence learning organizations for everybody to embrace their inner learner. So that's it.
Very eloquent. All right, there's a saying that is often and frequently used in my hometown in Hawaii, where I grew up, in Japan. It's okage samade, which means I am who I am because of you, literally. But it highlights the importance of particularly young kids in honoring their elders. Like, we are who we are because of all the gifts and all of the values and beliefs and things that are precious to us, that our families hand down to us, right? Opportunities and such. So, and we have a variety of events, celebrations, traditions that emphasize that as well, right? And over time, I've come to think about that phrase when I had my own kids, even though it's typical that kids use it in reference to their elders. And we stand on the shoulders of giants and all those phrases, right? But when I had my own kids, I started to think like, I am who I am because of the person I want to be for my kids and what I want to provide for my kids, opportunities and conditions for happiness and all of that, right? And so there is a day we often celebrate in Hawaii, and I lived in Japan and Korea, so I mean this is very much a Japanese tradition, but in Hawaii I would say the Japanese culture is different, not like Japanese national culture. We kind of make it our own in Hawaii because we have 1,000 other cultures that have melded and meshed, right? So we have different kinds of dolls. There's a day on March 3rd. It's called Girls' Day. I'd like to change the name of that, which is actually a pretty special day given that East Asian culture is fairly patriarchal. We also have Boys' Day, May 5th, which then they turned into Children's Day. And that's the day, if you drive by Japanese homes, you see the big koi fish, and they'll have a fish for every male in the home that lives in that home. Well, for Girls' Day, the tradition is the female of the home gets dolls. And dolls have a variety of meanings. There are thousands of different kinds of Japanese dolls, handmade and what have you. But this is just a few of them that I received when I was a kid, kokeshi dolls. And they have the colors, the wood, and everything that's used to make them has a lot of significance. Don't ask me why there's a short, chubby one. But anyway, so I got one you get a doll every March 3rd. And the idea in Girls' Day is it's a moment to honor and cherish females, in your life, particularly the daughters, right? And all the precious things they bring to the family and so forth. So very collectivist, family-oriented. This is the oldest of them, I don't remember when I got this. I do remember having it at age, I won't say, but it's over 50 years old. So anyway, these are just a few of the dolls, Kokeshi wooden dolls from my childhood that sort of represent the culture of honoring family and really cherishing the children in your home and in your life. So.
Great. All right. I didn't bring an artifact. I was out of the office this week, so sorry, I forgot to bring one in. Some things to share, though. I would say if I were to bring an artifact, would be definitely family. So for those of you that know me, you hear lots of stories about kids growing up and different vacations or places that we've gone, lessons that I've learned and they've learned. And, for those of you that are in the room, parent is being a highlight of my life, and I'm sure it is for you. So that would probably be one of the big things I would bring in with me. To razz James a little bit, I'd show him my Oregon Duck socks, or I'd bring in some.
Look out.
So, big sports fans, and to support Director Harden, I bring in my Seattle Seahawks gear, right? So, but yeah, definitely connection to community as well would be something that it drives me and fuels me in the work that we do. So, really enjoy the opportunity in this role to support our students, support our families, support our community with the facilities, with the operations, with the other things that I get to do. So, those would be some things that I would share. Thank you.
I guess I'm last but not least. Can you hear me? Never, right? So this is a picture that I have in my office, and it's kind of silly, but it's a picture of my two brothers and my husband, and we're running a foam race. So it reminds me of just family and relationships and how much I love family, but it's just how we can be goofy and fun and just do crazy things, and I just really appreciate this. So I take this everywhere I go. Well, not everywhere, but it's in my office all of the time, and oftentimes people wonder, like, what is this about? And so it was a foam race that we ran. It was a 5K that we got to do obstacles and run through foam and mud and just be crazy and slip and slides, and it was just a whole lot of fun. So it just makes me smile. And so anyway, family.
Can I say one thing I forgot? So one thing I forgot, the director of this show that I'm in now was my first ever director. She directed me in high school. And so it was a fun, she remembered me from high school, and there's two people in the cast, and we discovered we went to high school together. So anyway, it was just, I forgot to say that at the beginning, but it was exciting to discover that she was the same person, so.
So, John, not to put you on the spot, I don't know if, as we've gone around the table, if you thought about what you would share if you had the opportunity. But feel free to pass as well. But since you're here, and I think you'll be with us, it might be good to, and you have a mic up there too, I think. But if you did.
So, no, I didn't bring anything, but I was thinking about that, like what would I represent, what would be something that represents me or my life? And I know this sounds silly, but my phone. My phone connects me to people, my phone holds memories, my phone is a piece of technology that I enjoy using every day, it accentuates my life, it's become such a part of me that, you know, if I walk out the door without my phone, I feel like I'm missing something. And it may be not necessarily a quirk, but it's just one of those things that it's become so integral in my life and such a part of my life. But not because it's a piece of technology and it's fun and you can do things with it, but because it connects me to other individuals. So I have people in New York, have people in Florida, Texas, Michigan, all over the United States, in Hawaii, in Europe, that are part of my life, and the only way that I can reach out to them is through a piece of technology. So using it as a tool to connect to other people kind of helps me, because I'm a social person, it helps me be happy all the time because I'm connected to the people that matter in my life. So that's something that's about me.
Great. Yeah, thanks. And if you looked at the agenda, we'll be talking about cell phones at some point today. So good segue.
Not quite yet. Y'all got a little time. Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing. I just really appreciate what each and every one of you brings to this table. And I think that, yeah, I love getting to hear more about you, and thank you for sharing parts of yourselves today. Next up, we're going to talk, so we got some board operations stuff we're going to talk about. So in this section, we're going to talk a little bit. The first thing we're going to talk about is our board operating agreements. Now, Director Stanley had brought up a couple of times about what kind of reflections do we do as board members. And in the moment, I was like, I don't know. But then as we were putting this together, I was like, oh, wait, this is the moment that we really historically not have something written down, but have taken, in my time here, these operating agreements and really kind of reflected on how we've done over the past year and some areas that we can improve upon. And so everybody's got a copy of these in front of them. Is that correct? Of the board members? So I'd like to take just a moment and really look over these. And I would ask that each of you come up with maybe what's one thing that we are doing well, and what's one thing that you think we can do better. And then I'd also like to hear, as we're kind of talking through the operating agreements, what's missing? Is there something that's missing? Is there something that's too much of an ask? Are we asking too much of folks? And so first, let's look at, we'll go first with the board operating agreement, and then we'll look at the board superintendent operating agreement. So everybody take, 4 minutes or so, read through this and see if there's anything that you would like to share with the group.
Per section.
Yeah, we'll do per section. So that board roles and responsibilities. We won't take 4 whole minutes to read that then. One of the things that I feel like I can do better at, especially, is number 3. And I have it on here to check in a little bit later after a board coffee meeting, is I feel like there's so much going on and there's so much that happens that I'm not always keeping people in the loop in between meetings. I'm not sending messages, checking in, and I feel like that's somewhere that I would like to do better. And so just that keeping members informed of the logistics and other topics between meetings, I feel like I haven't done that very well. And so that's one thing I would offer that I would like to try better with in this coming year. Does anybody else notice anything from that board roles and responsibilities?
Yeah, on number 4, I appreciate each of you because I think about this, acting as supporters of the schools. I think of each of you in different situations that I've seen actively supporting school events, engaging with staff when you're there, just being present. And it's just, I think, I know you talked about doing things better in your case, Rose, but I'd like to say I'm hoping we can continue on with number 4 as a key need. I mean, I think about Pam and when you and I went to lunch at the high school that day, that was just fantastic. And I mean, going to graduation, of course, we've got homecoming coming up next month, I think. And anyway, so that's what I find to be the fun part of this job.
Anything else before we move on to the next section?
Number one, focusing on governance and policymaking seems to be what we've been all about as of late, especially as it relates to strategic planning. But the important part there, you know, when you read a sentence like this, you really have to kind of break it up. I thought the of student needs. Everything that we should be doing should be meeting our students' needs. And it almost, to me, it's almost like the sentence should start that way. To meet our students' needs, we as board members should be focusing on. Not that I want to, you know, I know we can wordsmith stuff forever, but I think there are times when bolding some words is really appropriate, or even reversing some things, put something first to really emphasize who we are and what we do. And I think we do a good job of that, but I think it's something that should be kind of foremost in our thoughts, and we will be foremost with this as our responsibility, meeting students' needs.
I think I look at number 5 and feel like that's an area we can do better. And what's missing from that is not the self-evaluation, but it's the other piece, people providing that review for us. Because when you look outside into something, it's a very different perspective. So I think that's an area to focus on and improve.
Great, let's take a minute and look over the next section, please. Okay. Anything standing out to folks?
I think one of the things that we have to be careful about for ourselves as a group and for our superintendent and staff is that there are no, number 10, there are no surprises, especially if I'm concerned about something. My concern should be addressed with people who have influence on it and can give me
wrote down 10 as a doing better, but I didn't focus on the first part. I focused on the end of that sentence with the care and respect. I think that there are ways to disagree respectfully and have meetings that are full of care, even while opinions might not mesh. And I do think sometimes, because we all come from very different viewpoints and backgrounds, that one can be a challenge. Please silence your cell phone, sir. I'm kidding. I think that could be a challenge. And so I think that's, sometimes I don't like that those two are together, number 10. Like I feel like the care and respect is important enough to warrant its own number, because people can get heated, I guess.
We're all very passionate people. That's why we're here. Thank you.
I have one. The thing that stood out to me was the end of number 9, elevating student voice. I think that guidance from the board and the follow through the district office and through the schools has really flowed this year, and it's become much more of a priority than it has in previous years. So I think, kudos to everyone involved, and I just wanted to call that out.
Thank you. I'll draw attention to number 6. I was trying to figure out where the right place in this conversation would be to kind of wiggle in to talk about board expectations, especially based on some ORS rules. And we, those of us that are here today have been active board members. I think that in order for us to be a fully operational board, we need to have all 7 of our positions be fully active. And we have one member who has not come in a long time. And so you will see that there was some data that was added into the board reports on attendance. And at this point, I would like to recommend that we really look at vacating the position that Heath Curry fills at our next board meeting in September. So I'd like everybody to really, this is something that I don't take lightly. Heath was elected into this position and has contributed things to the board in the past that I want to appreciate him for. And at this point, we need people here that are willing to do the work. And so I allow that as an opening point. If anybody, I know that there has been a lot of feelings and comments about that. I'd like to open this space up and see if people agree that makes sense to move forward with that, or if you have other thoughts on how we can handle the situation. But this is really referring to number 6. It goes beyond starting and ending on time and just showing up.
I think it also goes with 10, care and respect for the position you are elected to. And I think that life takes people in lots of different directions, and you get pulled, and sometimes it's hard to say, I can't do something. But I do feel like every courtesy's been extended to remind about meetings, invite about meetings, reach out personally as a group, and I don't really think that there are more things that we could do to encourage attendance and make someone feel welcome than have been done. So now the student voice and the student need and the district need, I think, need to take precedent over the individual's feelings on the matter.
Thank you. Please.
I really appreciate working with all of you because you're all so dedicated and bring a lot of energy and effort and thoughtfulness to the role, and you embody these roles and responsibilities and the operations. I have to say I am somewhat, this is just sort of an admittance that I am somewhat resentful of members who don't carry their own weight, because that, even though all of you do carry your own weight, that little bit of extra requirement to make sure I show up, that I do what I need, because I know that one of our members won't be, or most likely won't be, carrying his weight, is a feeling that I don't like to have. I like to be able to honor and appreciate fellow board members. I don't like that little kernel of resentment that resides in me that says I have to pick up a little bit more to make sure we have a quorum at meetings and that somebody is showing up for events and that sort of thing, because there's only 6 of us really doing that sort of thing. So.
Okay. Anything else on this section before we move on to the next section? And we'll come back to that topic later. Great, let's look at communication. And then as soon as anybody is ready with reflections, feel free to share. Any reflections on how we communicate with each other?
One thing that stands out to me is number 15, public comment. It just doesn't seem like we get very many. And I feel it is vital to hear from the public, to know their perspectives about what's going on in the individual schools and in the district as a whole. And I would like to see some way of opening up that method of communication. And I know it is kind of a, it's a little bit of a slippery slope, but at the same time, it is an important avenue, and I want the Centennial community to feel comfortable with communicating with us. I don't want them to be like, oh, there's the board people. Oh, I don't want to speak to the board. I feel that we should have an open dialogue and an open forum for the community to access us.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that I think, oh, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to add on to that. I brought this issue before, that we don't have board emails. I frequently go to the OSBA meetings, and I sit on the Legislative Policy Committee, and we are like the only ones who don't. And sometimes at these events, it's kind of embarrassing to be like, they ask for my email, my school board email, and I'm just like, no, just email the office. So that, I would love that, increase that communication.
One of the things I think about 15, and it's something that has been challenging for me as someone who is a listener first and foremost in so many parts of my life. And that is this distinction between public comment and public forum. I think that in an ideal world, for me, public comment means folks commenting on the things that we're bringing to the table, what we're doing, things that are on the agenda, if they have something to speak to about that. And public forum is a little bit different, right? There's a lot going on in the schools that I think people would want to share with us. And so this last sentence here, the board will employ a variety of means of engaging the community. What that says to me is that we have a little bit more work to do to figure out how can we do that without taking away the ethical obligation in the board meetings to keep it very focused on the work we do and not have it spread to a lot of operation stuff. And so, I mean, I don't have an answer for that, but I bring that to this board to raise the concern that, like, I think we all have a little bit of a different understanding as to what public comment is. And I want to make sure that, you know, like, I want to hear whatever, you know, like, I definitely want to hear what people are saying. And I want to make sure that we're getting that in the right format if the board meeting is not the right format. And I think that there's some work we can do there.
Here's my challenge with individual email addresses. Then it puts upon us as individuals then to make sure that whatever is communicated to me as an individual is also communicated to the whole. And the one voice part of what we do can only be accomplished when we all have the same information, and oftentimes the same definition. And I'll speak to something very specific. As you and I, David, we were talking about something, I can't even remember exactly what it was, but I finally realized your definition is different than my definition. That's where the disconnect is. And until we had the amount of time to kind of hear each other talking about it, it was like, oh, okay, now I get what's going on. And that kind of communication takes time to do, but it also takes preparation. And so if we have, let's just stay on the individual emails, you now have information, or anybody on the board has information different than I would have. How then is the process that goes along with that to inform the rest of the body? And that, now it could be just a minor thing, but is it also shared with the superintendent and the appropriate cabinet members? I fear, and this is the truth, I fear gotcha. Because I hear it in other board meetings. Not in this board. We've been pretty good about the no gotcha kind of situations. But man, when I listen to other board, it just, I don't know why I do it, but when you listen to other boards and some of the board members, it's like they feel like they're going out and getting information to come into a public forum like this, a public meeting like this, to do the gotcha stuff. So if that is not the intention, and if we are intentional about how we communicate with one another, and that we all have the same information when we come to a meeting, then yeah, I could do that. But I'm going to ask that somehow or another we have to have the commitment to that share. That is just not information that I hold, because it was one of my constituents, although I'm an at-large versus a zone person. So that's one. Second thing, public has the opportunity to come, but they don't have the opportunity to just, spout off on things that have nothing to do with what we do in terms of what our duties and responsibilities are related to the district. And I think some of the guardrails that we put up in the system allows allows Missy in particular as our board secretary to really help a person understand that they cannot come to this meeting and talk about teacher X or custodian Y, or about something that our district isn't even involved in. So the board email process, or even the public comment process that we've employed, allows for a layer of education to our public about what, you know, what they can bring, or that is within our perusal, what we can deal with. And lastly, what I saw at the public comment what we had at the previous meeting is that we had a person's perspective and opinion that was being given without any data, any, you know, information, and yet people are like, oh yeah, that's a concern. How do you know that's a concern? I can talk about all sorts of things I'm concerned with, but you don't know you haven't yet figured out from what the other side of way of things that I might say. And our obligation is to sit here and listen, but not take action or review without at least giving the opportunity to the superintendent in particular and cabinet members in particular, their reaction to point of view. It was embarrassing to have people called out in the way that public comment was made, because people are having to take a hit, so to speak, and then have board members sit here and go, or body language people. We listen, and we listen carefully, and Rose, when you were saying that is what you do and you're a careful listener, I appreciate that. But we don't take action, and we don't side one way or the other until we know all of the information on all the sides, and I think that's something we have to do better. And I don't know how. I guess it comes in for me, 10 and 15, for me, no surprises, and 15, the communication, public comment, is that just because we're listening doesn't mean we agree. And just because we're listening doesn't mean that we aren't going to investigate and get further understanding. Then maybe communicate our understanding, but our communication of our understanding, which is speaking in one voice, doesn't come from an individual board member. It comes from the leader of the district if it needs to be addressed. So I feel passionate about this because I keep going back to the one voice situation, because I think that when people see us work as a collective, there's also some confidence that comes from that, versus what I see in other boards where there's the factioning going on, and then people don't know what to do or where to go. And that calmness that I have seen in this group for being able to have difficult discussions when we've had to have them has been a hallmark of this board, because we teach it as we bring new board members on. And I think that's something, a responsibility that can be continually reviewed and dealt with through the operation agreement. And I used to have these little things with my kids, and I used to say number 9, right? Because that was the thing that we had agreed to as a family, number 9, which was my son taking everybody out, you know, when I asked him to drive him somewhere. But it also grounded us in how the family works. This grounds me in how I work as an individual board member and as a board member and as a part of the whole. And the one voice and working together and an understanding of all of what's going on is important. And the conduit has got to be our superintendent. So I was a little peeved at the last meeting.
I think I will add is that we have not had public comment in person in my time here on the board. Many of you know I came in with like this much experience in board work to be the chair, and I think that there's some education around public comment that, like, I've got these lovely books here that I did in the moment when I was like, oh, we've got somebody here, what are the things that I need to say? Because public meeting law is really explicit about how we take public comment. So there was like that notion of like the person will address me and not the board. Like there's just some little pieces in there that I think help lead us to that feeling of impartiality. And I think that that's maybe something that we can look at this fall, is if we are looking to have more public comment, have us also have a little bit of education around how to deal with public comment. many of you probably have a lot of experience with that. And I would look to that, and I'd also look to, the ORS rules around public meeting law. Please.
I would like to second, it would be nice to have email addresses, but I would also like to acknowledge the need to have, like a code of conduct when we have individual email addresses. And just for my own, feeling, I very much support the one voice, but I don't want that phrase to become so much that we don't allow dissenting opinions on our board, and polite and careful disagreement, because you can say one voice, one voice, one voice, and it can really start to feel like we all better agree. And I won't serve on a board that makes me feel that way. So I want to be allowed to have a different opinion, to have a conversation about a different opinion in a way that is caring and respectful, that puts student voice need, and that focuses on our policies and what we do govern. But disagreement and difference of opinion, I think, lead us to better policies. And being a board that doesn't run like many I've observed, that develops the factions and things. So I just needed to say that.
Thank you. Please.
Yeah, I would add, trust has to be a two-way street. It cannot be one-sided. And, I think we have had concerns about information imbalances. That's one reason why I make an effort to try to meet board members, just for coffees, or we enjoy the coffees with James because, we learn more. And it's also, I worry that we have a very negative concept of public comment, and we don't see the positive side aspect of it, that we are, members of our community, and there are all those aspects to be, interacting with the community and adding value to what we bring to the board. And then, we are a public body. And so again, we have to have that trust not only be among board members, but between us and the public. And I think it's a very low bar for us to open it up to listen, because we have the floor as much as we want to add context to any public comments that might come. But if we are only thinking like people are only going to come to us with employee complaints and stuff like that, I think it causes us to overreact and shut it off, and then we end up with none. So those are my concerns, and that's, again, I think it's a very low bar for us to just listen to the public and be open to things, and then trust each other. If we are communicated with in a negative way, that we share it with the thing. It's in the responsibilities that we do that. We already have the code of conduct, as you say, to direct us on how to react to that. So that's why I think we should, not err on the caution of just having no communication at all.
I want to respectfully express my opinion about having an email. I don't want one. I want to communicate with the public, but I don't want a district email, and it's more for technical reasons than not wanting to have that interaction. But don't we then have access to the district's intranet when we have that? And don't we then have to do periodic cybersecurity training when we have that kind of access? And don't we have to keep changing our passwords every 6 weeks and monitor our own email? I love getting the emails directly from Missy that come in, so I don't have to be proactive in monitoring an email. So if some people do decide to get that, or if there becomes a policy that we have district emails, I would like to have an opportunity to have people be able to opt out of that, and so that we don't all have to have district emails.
Awesome.
I would just think that, to piggyback on that, I think that that's one of the things prior to making any decision about that kind of tool, that we look at those kind of impacts, right? In terms of, do you read your email now? Do you respond to the email that you're being sent? Et cetera, et cetera. And now you're gonna add on a board email on top of that? There's technology that can send that though to my personal email, which I read more, you know, I don't know the answers to those questions. I don't know the impact on the district. Now, I'll put Paul under the bus on this one, because he'll say, well, you know, we can do anything that, you know, if it's really important to us to do. Yeah, I know we can, but should we is going to be the part of the question that you're posing. Should we? And if we do, dang it, then what are the responsibilities, and how do we know that that's being monitored? Because if things come into an email and I do not address them, what does that say to the public? Just because we've got some people who are good at it and some people who aren't, there will be that kind of blowback as well. Well, I communicated with Pam, and she never even bothered to open the email, because I put an open receipt on it. It's like, oh, didn't think to look. So I appreciate the fact that if we're going to go down that path, that we look at all of those technical requirements, what we're putting on the district, and then what we are adding to our own plate, and that we will be responsible for the process of communication directly back. Yes, no, when, how do you involve the superintendent? A lot of questions that we're going to roll around. And 2 cents.
Well, since we're one of the only districts who don't, I'm sure OSBA has some training for you guys. You guys wanted to take some OSBA training on email communications? I think that's like some of the things they offer.
I will take this topic and have some discussions with James, and hopefully come with some suggestions for you in an upcoming meeting about how we can address the request. I think it's a very valid request.
One more thing, if that's the case, then OSBA is a wonderful resource for a myriad of training, frankly. And if there are things that are going to be, that have even been brought up today, we haven't had, have you been through an OSBA board training?
Mm-hmm.
Because we had Vince show up and help us with this, but it wasn't the kind of board training that we received from, oh gosh, what's her name?
Kristen left.
Thank you, I always forget her name, Kristen, which was much more robust, because I remember taking the quiz and missing some. After the training, I still missed some of the answers, so it was like, darn. I don't know that we've had that intense amount of training from OSBA, and it might be time.
Well, I think, yeah. I mean, I think that this could really open up a lot of questions around, I mean, there's so much around public meetings and the procedure around all of the things that I do agree that, like, education is important. I think that we can also prioritize what's rising to concerns for the board. So if this is a concern, we can definitely look to OSBA. If there's another concern, we can definitely look to OSBA. I'm not necessarily at this point looking for a let's all get retrained, because we got a lot of stuff that we need to address. And so if there's specific things coming up, I would like to do that, but I'm not really looking for a, like, teach us all how to be a board member. But things like the email address, the public comment, there's definitely pieces that I know we could use some support and education around. So, yeah.
Refresh my memory, wasn't there a bill that mandated we have board training, but then OSBA might have put it on ice for a second? Can you remind us of that?
Yes, so there was a law passed where there is training that is required for all board members. OSBA has not put a training together yet. They're working with the Oregon Government Ethics Commission to try to determine what that training is going to look like. Last I had heard, it was supposed to come out this summer. It's still pending right now. So they've kind of put it on hold, and we'll push it out once we hear the best way to go through with that.
I have to take it from my work, so I'm hoping I can Can I not have to double do it?
Okay, let's say,
Can I
oh,
say
please.
one thing, is that we do have quite a few open seats coming open throughout the next year. So next year, if there is, it may behoove us to do something then.
Good. Great, let's switch it up to the board superintendent operating agreement. All right, what's standing out to folks in this one?
I can start. The thing that stands out to me is number 3, giving careful consideration, listening to all perspectives, to all issues brought to the board. I do agree with that. Sometimes time is of the essence. And, you know, listening to all perspectives, how do we get those perspectives is what stood out to me. How do we get all perspectives? Our perspective, I mean, is the people in this room, essentially. So we need to have trust and confidence that the other people in this room have heard from all perspectives as well. It's a challenging one.
Yeah.
Are you concerned about, let's go back to our life in the pandemic years, where we were sometimes communicating on a dime, right? We were turning things around so quickly, because our world turned around on us so quickly. It's calmer now, but how do you judge what, you know, like I said, the immediate, that'll be the question, right? And what needs immediate action and us coming together to discuss it, even to the point where you have to pull together a special meeting? And so is that preference then? When something comes up and it's important and it's having impact, are we then willing to pull together those special meetings on the Monday night or the Tuesday afternoon or whatever? And we did that kind of stuff under that pandemic umbrella because it was just upon us. I don't know what rises, if there's things that rise to that level, but if we feel that, is that where we go to the chair and go to the superintendent and say, I think we better take care of this because it's like all over the place, or it's a big concern? And then is that a special meeting? Is that James convening us individually? That's the kind of piece that because collaborative says it's all of us, but. What I heard you say, especially on those things that are just like, oh gosh, we need to be dealing with this now. I don't know, I think we need to figure that out a little bit.
I want to challenge you all as far as this culture of the immediacy and what is crisis. I think we make our best decisions when we have time to reflect and have a conversation about it. So I am not one to, you know, like even if somebody is calling me in crisis, I'm going to take and I'm going to answer and listen, but I'm not going to sit there and be like, okay, we do A, B, and C, because I don't have all of the perspectives. So for me, listening to all perspectives is moving away from that culture of the immediacy and more of like taking our time with things. And I know that time is of the essence, a priority, all of those things. And it's really important that we're getting it right. And so I think that when we have things that rise up that we feel critical about, that we bring those forward to each other with a sense of immediacy, and then take the time as a group to really determine what is going to be our path forward. But I'm interested to hear other folks, please.
I think you make better long-term plans that are sustainable and appropriate when you're in a calm place. So you don't ask children to problem solve when they're elevated, right? You ask children to problem solve when they're able to hear and listen. And our brains work that way too. So if we have knee-jerk reactions, we don't make our best decisions. So I think it is, what I appreciate is things are sent a day or two before. This came, it's going to come up. Please read this, please think about it, please reflect. Look, reach out for questions. I think we need to govern in the same way we would expect the classrooms to work in a calm, level manner. So. Oh, can I have one more thing?
Yeah.
This also brought up for me the need to have fully active members.
Yes.
When it talks about the collaboration, lifelong learning, all of those things, the collaborative governance piece also I would like to add to the list of why we need active membership.
I want to call attention to 5. I think that that's something that I just want to reiterate and not misconstrue something that you had mentioned earlier, Pam, in that like when we have concerns in specific areas, you know, like it's important for us to talk to those people. But this is really clear that it's important to us to go through the superintendent first. So I may have a problem with something Paul has done, or like somebody's coming, not what you've done, but maybe it's what you haven't done, who knows, right? Anyway, I think it's really important for us to make sure that we're going through James so that he's aware of that situation and can advise us like, yeah, I think this is a conversation that you should have with Paul, or maybe I should start the conversation. I just, yeah.
Wholeheartedly.
So, anything else I would venture to hear?
Yeah, I figured I'd weigh in. I tried not to wade into any of the board operating agreements because it really doesn't pertain to me. But since this says superintendent on the top, I figure I can jump in at this point. So I guess what I would offer here is number one, just in total between the two documents, I just really appreciate the level of professionalism that the board brings to the work, the intentionality, and even the comment that Pam made as far as the first sentence and the first part of the operating agreement should be to meet our students' needs. And so I really feel as if the deliberation and the things that happen in this room, in this space, and in our work together are ultimately to meet the needs of our students and not our own personal interests or, you know, other adult needs. So I appreciate that. One thing I wrote down as I was reviewing these is I have expectations with our cabinet in terms of how we operate. And so those are different than agreements. Agreements are things that we collaborate and develop together. Expectations are what I expect in terms of how that culture forms. And one thing I wrote down was knowing and directing others through the appropriate process. So as I hear the conversation and the tension around community engagement and access to individual board members and things of that sort, what vacillates in my mind is how does that look in practice, and what are we trying to accomplish, and what is our interest in doing that? So I'll get more specific here. I would say in terms of how I operate in my role, I know that it's, important for people to hear in an organization that somebody has an open door policy, and I'm going to be provocative and controversial and say I don't have an open door policy. Like, that's not how I operate as superintendent. I don't have that because I want to maintain the integrity of the relationships of the people doing the work at the level of which that work needs to be done, and I don't want people to jump over and have a forum with me in order to be able to get their needs met. So going back to knowing and directing others through the appropriate process, I was the HR director in this district for 5 years. I have principals that will come to me and ask me HR related questions. I'm very careful about how to advise and redirect those individuals through Tasha, or when we have a dedicated HR director, through that individual, because what I don't want to have happen is to give mixed messages, to have individuals do parent shopping where they don't get an answer, are disingenuous then with me in terms of what they've done before they asked me the question to see if they'll get a different answer. And so I might provide advice, but then redirect the individual back to where they need to go. And so I offer that all to say is I can't necessarily pick to a specific item on the sheet here, and I don't really feel like it's worthwhile to pick to a specific incident or whatnot, but just in general, part of the reason I operate in that way is I don't want to reinforce top-down management. So I think about how do I get the information I need in my role, and I know it's imperfect, and I think it's an area for growth for all of us in terms of how we get information in order to operate in our roles. But the main ways that I get information in terms of how to operate in my role is through the labor management forum. So I hear from Tasha what's coming up in labor management in order for me to know the kind of themes and concerns that are happening. And even in the labor management forum, the things that should be going to Tasha should be vetted through the school first and unresolved there before they come to her for additional problem solving. We've tried to address it at the school. It hasn't been being addressed. Now we're bringing it to you. Or there's a trend across schools that's coming, and it isn't just one individual school. Another way that I get information is through talking with our administrators, so our building administrators. And then the other way is through board member conversations and engagement. And if I'm not getting information through those sources, then it tends to be reactive in terms of like how I get the information, and then have to seek it out in a backwards channel, go ask the principal, how come I heard about this here and I'm not hearing about it from you, or whatever that looks like. And so all of that's to say is that what I want to be cognizant is not to reinforce top-down management. So if somebody in the community wants to get their needs met, and they come to an individual board member, and that individual board member comes to me, I think there's some nuance there in terms of how those steps take place. What is the engagement that the board member has with the individual in the community? What are they saying? And how do they refer that individual? What happens when the board member comes to me to talk about it? What is that engagement, and what is the expectation there? And then what do I do with it from there? Because in any of those steps, I think that there's some nuance. What could be reinforced potentially is me, and let's use, because I've been picking on Paul the whole time, let's just continue that. So let's say there's an operational concern and somebody comes to me and says X and Y, deficient X and Y. Paul, X and Y, please work on X and Y. I'm going to do it because I like to be reactive and responsive to the things that are coming to my attention. And I also want to be cognizant of what sort of cycles are being reinforced where somebody's now, okay, it works. When I come to the board member, my need gets met. And then I go to Paul, and Paul, I'm coming down on you and saying, hey, I need this fixed. A board member brought this to my attention. this needs to be addressed, and then you work on it, and then it jumps the chain, or a lot of times you tell me, would have been nice if I would have heard it through the channels instead of through this way. So I offer that to say, you know, I can't speak to a specific incident here, but like, how are we interacting with the community in such a way that reinforces knowing and directing others through the appropriate processes, if that makes sense?
That's really good. I would like to, I appreciate that. I think that one of the things that I'm going to try to do when people come to me with all the sorts of things that people come to us with is just be like, wow, that's fascinating. How have you tried to address that within the school system or within the, you know, like, because I think that, I mean, there's a lot of times that people will tell me stuff and I'll come, you know, like, I'll be reactive and be like, whoa, what's this going on? Instead of being like, well, have you talked to the principal at the school where that's happening? You know, like, and so for me, it's about, again, slowing down and really investigating. I can definitely share that information with James, but what are you doing to take action as well? And I just offer that as my own reflection.
I mean, my thinking when I'm hearing that, though, is that this is already happening. We already do communicate with the community. We just have a very, you know, not as accessible avenue to board members, but the public's access to comment to board members shouldn't be that they run into me at the store, or that I see them when I'm picking up my kid, or we happen to go to community events together. That's already happening. I hear things. And I think I really respect the other board members, because I haven't heard those incidents where people are throwing things out at board meetings, you know, not communicating things that we're hearing in the community back to James, you know, as that channel. Right now, it's just informal, though. And it's inaccessible. And adding, you know, just adding an email doesn't, you know, guarantee anything, but it does make us more accessible, and it does make it more formal of an interaction between us and the public.
Boy, you love that email thing.
But want to keep us on, we got.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Do you believe having individual emails would increase communication? Is that your basic belief?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's what I need to know. I need to know if that is the basis of the belief, and then, again, we'll do all of the due diligence about figuring all those things, steps out and process, et cetera. But that's what I need to know, because see, it's not mine, right? So we're coming to it from those different channels. One more thing, James, I think everything you said was important, but I also feel that you need to help me know. That's great information, Pam, but did you talk? Who can I pick on next? Mo, because that math curriculum is just driving me nuts, you know. Do you feel comfortable telling me or other board members, don't talk to me about math curriculum. You need to go to the person who knows the most about it. That's if it's at a district level question, I guess. How did we get into this math, or how did we get into the social sciences? Are you comfortable telling me to go to the person who has the most knowledge about it?
Well, and I guess I would respond to that by saying, and I know that I think the chair is helping to monitor time too, so I don't want to open another whole kind of can of worms necessarily, but since you asked, I will say that it kind of depends on what our philosophy is in terms of what our engagement is as a team between board and superintendent, and then what the engagement is in operations, because I think what you're describing could potentially be a slippery slope, where it's, okay, board members are now talking to people in the staff about things, and usually that would entail me liaising the questions to the answers or participating in the discussion, so I'm hearing the same information. What I would want to guard against, and I think a lot of this is not this current board, but how we set up systems for any board member that would come in, is I wouldn't want to set up a system where I have a cabinet member or other administrator feeling like they're being pressured or bullied by a board member in terms of how they engage or interact. And sometimes in some circumstances, some cabinet members like to have that guard in place in terms of how board is interacting with them directly and how I liaise that process. So I don't know if that tracks, but.
Basically route it through the superintendent.
But that's nuanced
that's
too,
the
because
nuance, right?
sometimes I get asked questions and I'm a jack of all trades and I'm a generalist in a lot of senses, and so I'm not going to have all of the technical knowledge that I think you would expect and hope that I have, but sometimes the content knowledge about how a boiler works, I'm gonna go to Paul. So like, why am I being bureaucratic about how we go to Paul? Sometimes there's going to be those, like I bring that person to a board coffee, or, there's that engagement as well.
Thank you.
Did you have another thing you'd like to add about the, nope?
Nope.
Okay. I thought I saw a hand. Anything else for the good of the order in this section? I really appreciate it. I don't want this to be a one-time document that we look at once a year, so it's important to me that we keep this in our mind. And if you feel like something that happens in a board meeting, in an interaction with another board member or staff member contradicts these things, I want to talk about it. And so that's part of just the lens I have on how we use these. I want them to be a lens and a tool that we can use.
Are you gonna make any changes based on this conversation? I don't know that I heard anything substantive that would say, yeah, let's make some edits to these documents, but I saw you taking notes and stuff, and I'm thinking that you have some changes.
I cannot make any edits or adjustments without a vote of the board. And so I think that what my plan is I took some notes. I know Superintendent Owens took some notes. We'll probably compare some notes and see if there's anything we can do to update this, at which point we'll bring it back to the board at a future board meeting and say, hey, after our conversation, we thought maybe we could change this. What do you all think? And then we could take a vote on it, if there's anything.
I would ask that it just be substantive.
Yes.
Only, if it's just
Yeah.
some words.
Semantics.
Let's,
Yeah.
this is good enough, right?
Yep. Perfect. Superintendent Owens, would you like to talk about board coffee meeting format?
Yeah, and this is really kind of maybe a proxy for how the board would like to be engaged in general. So the board coffees are one avenue, and I like to try to differentiate how I engage with board members based on how they want to be engaged with. I talk with some of you more than others, and so I just want to gauge, as it pertains to the actual topic on the agenda, is the board meeting coffee in its existing state working for us, or are there adjustments that we want to make to that? So far, what I feel like I've heard is that, Melissa in particular, that's not going to work for you. And I know that we have our special one-on-one meetings, but it would also be nice for you to have the engagement of your board colleagues in that engagement also. So a potential technical tweak to that could be, since the way we currently do it is having 2 daytime meetings, is have a daytime and an afternoon evening option, so that there's an opportunity that way, and that would be kind of a quick way to do it. But some other ancillary pieces to that have to do with, we do them on Zoom and they're called a coffee and it's BYOC. Like, how do you want to do that? Do we like doing it in the Zoom format? Do we want to actually meet in person? So I guess I'm just kind of opening up the conversation, maybe as it pertains to the coffees, but I don't want to limit it to the coffees if there's other ways that you would like to see engagement with me or with others as well.
I like the evening option.
I personally like the evening option because if I'm going to take a sub day, it's going to go to going to a school event or things with the kids. So I would rather move something that I don't have to use sub time to do.
I like the 3 times a year. I think that that's about the right cadence. The thing about having 2 daytime coffees is that we tend to choose different days, and it's not always the same board members in the same meetings. I think if there's a daytime and an evening option, we may not mix it up quite as much, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Anyway, so I think that the daytime and evening option would be good so that we can all participate. Yeah, that's it.
I Agreed. In the daytime and evening option, I think that would be great. I love the board coffees. I love the informality and just kind of a check-in and talk about pertinent issues that are coming or are being handled. I do enjoy that.
And I think Zoom's great. Maybe add the fact that if we show up here, if you're gonna conduct the Zoom meeting in your office, that it's okay to stop in and be here in person, but that it would always be the Zoom option, if that's okay.
I like that.
If we do the day and evening option, which is fine, I would encourage, though, board members, like, it's gonna land on your desk to do, based on James's calendar, but that we as board members say, I can go to either, or, because we can't have more than 3 in a meeting. And so, right, and so if I always, well, I'm always gonna choose this, because it was just, for me, I'm teaching online, I'm not having to do with this, right, I don't have to. I can get there in the day, right, but, evening, so let me say, I'm the one that can be flexed. So if there's people amongst us that can be flexed, then we should be saying that, and just saying, whatever meets the schedule. But those of people who really need this evening option, then leave that be, so people can participate, because I think these coffees are important, but I do like, Claudia, what you said about mixing it up, because I learn more about board members individually in that environment than I do in this, because we have to be more structured.
So maybe, Missy, that's something you could do is, to the extent possible, mix it up. And that each of us, when we respond, if possible, would say, I can attend either meeting, and that gives you the option to.
All right. Did you get what you needed from that?
I did.
Excellent. The last thing under board operations, and then we'll take a short bathroom break. Board chair check-ins. So that's something that I alluded to earlier, just wanting to be able to check in with people more frequently about what's going on. I think sometimes I get super busy and I'm meeting with James like every other week, and so I don't always think about sharing things out prior to board meetings. So that's to say, I'm interested to hear, are people interested in like monthly, quarterly board chair check-ins in addition to this? Or do you just want to like call me when you have questions? I mean, I want to make myself accessible to you, and I guess I'm asking for what kind of accessibility you would like.
What would be better for you is my question. Would you rather be on demand, or would you rather have scheduled check-ins?
I mean, I think on demand would be ideal, but I would also have things that I would probably be like, oh, I need to check in with people about this too.
I mean, are we cool with just being like, hey, Rose, text me if you need me?
Yeah.
Because I'll answer via text more than anything else. Like, is that,
Yeah,
are we down? Okay.
absolutely. And if people want more than that, people can have more than that too. Like, if we want to have lunch, or, you know, like, I want to go have lunch at lunch at the high school, not beer at the high school.
Not beer at high school.
Anywho. Great.
I think this year it's gonna be at the middle school.
Yes.
No beer there,
Right.
I just want to be clear.
Yeah, well, okay.
What's going to be at the middle school?
I
We're
think
having lunch at the middle school, because
Oh.
they're doing.
They're redoing
they're
the
in the kitchen,
remodel.
right?
the thing about texting is helpful, even if it's to say, there's something really important on the board agenda, would you, make sure you take a moment to read our, item 4, because it's gonna be a focal point. I think that that's helpful sometimes for me if I'm lacking time, that you have said, come prepared, because 4 is important. It's like, oh, then I
Yeah.
need to really make the time to
Great.
do it. So that's helpful, and that's just a quick
Yeah.
copy, paste, and send it.
Love it.
as text messages.
10-minute break.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Oh, I'll find them when it's time to leave. I knew they fell off the table.
Recording in progress.
All right, 10:52. Thank you all for being prompt with your break time. We'll try to make those happen at a bit of a regular frequency today. Next up, we want to talk a little bit about board report structure and agenda items. You know, the first thing, there's two pieces on here that we want to talk about today. The first being school building reports, and the second being student recognition at board meetings. These are things that have been handled differently throughout time. You know, when I came in, it was at the tail end of COVID, and everything was still on Zoom. As we've been opening it back up, I really enjoyed the school reports last year, but I want to make sure that the board feels like they're a good use of time. It looks like Superintendent Owens has some stuff around that, and then we'll get to the student recognition piece. But at this point, I'll turn it over to Superintendent Owens.
Yeah, so I appreciate that setup, Chair Solowski, and I'll just add to that what you see in front of you is a potential draft structure, assuming that we're carrying forward what we did by and large for this school year, but that has a baked-in assumption that that's what you liked and that's what we're going to do. So I believe in coming into a meeting with something 60 to 85% of the way there, so that we're not coming in with a blank page and saying, what do we do? That said, I don't want to impose like, hey, you liked it last year because I know you did, but I don't know that. Maybe you don't like the meetings in the way that they were done, or maybe you want to see a different format. So I'm not imposing this, but I'm just suggesting it. If you liked it that way, here's how we could potentially move forward. But I think to Chair Solowski's point, before we get into some of the detail and logistics of what this says here, it may be worth commenting as far as if you like the format to begin with. So, Chair, I don't know how you want this to work mechanically, if you want people to just kind of see, because this is, I'd say, 85% a rinse and repeat of last year as just kind of a refresh and then dialogue, or if we want to dialogue first before reading, I'll defer to you.
Thank you. Everybody take a moment to look over this and compose your thoughts as to whether or not you'd like to continue. I like how you connected it to pillars in our strategic plan.
Credit to Director Callahan.
Nice job. I like it when we can get the most use out of those documents and just see the repeating themes. Please.
I have 3 comments / questions. Are we looking at all schools each year? My request is that we limit or like explain the educational speech and jargon, just because I noticed last year that there were questions based around a lot of things that had to do with specific verbiage. So we could reduce that and then have a more robust conversation with the people that are here. And then there's one section down here that says, consider collaborative facilitation with teacher and student leaders. And I think it would be lovely to include the families as well, because they have a perspective on their school, and that would be nice.
It's good, Ed.
One question, is it possible to get the slideshow from the school before the meeting, like put into board book? Because there were times that data would come up and I'd have a question about it, but I was trying to absorb it at the same time as the presentation is happening.
Oh, I see, like, see it earlier.
See it earlier so we can review the data and actually come with some comprehensive questions possibly about it, about the information we're being provided.
Or like have the data sent in advance.
Yes.
And like the slideshow is
Yeah, that's a good question, and I would say a couple of things to that. Number one, to the point that Director Stanley just made, it may be an either or, whether they're providing the data or the actual PowerPoint in advance, and what the board's preference is there. Another component is that when we talked about it recently at our cabinet meeting, we talked about having the principal potentially walk our cabinet through the presentation to receive feedback in advance, which would do a couple of things. Number one, it would help make sure that there's alignment and provide feedback to the person that is developing it. Number two, it would bake in some accountability that the report is done, about a week in advance of the presentation, which then would allow for the PowerPoint to be available. Because I think just in my anecdotal of meeting with principals as they develop it, they're fine-tuning things. Sort of like what I do for my report up to the day of. But if there were some deliverables in the Friday board book, I think that would be helpful to make sure that the board is best in tune with the content that's going to be, or at least the data that's going to be provided.
If you feel the cabinet has the bandwidth to do that, I think that's a fantastic suggestion.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I love the celebrations, but I would love to see how we can kind of accentuate the challenges in a positive way, and have kind of not like a name, a blame game or a finger pointing or anything, but give them an opportunity to be like, these are some of the challenges we're facing, and how to structure that, and particularly for student voice, give them an opportunity to really express some challenges, like prompt them, so we're not just focused on the celebration part. And then I'd love to hear some inclusion possibly of some PTO, kind of along the parents being included. And if the PTO isn't active, I would like to hear that too.
A few of us have lived through presentations in different years in different ways. The 10 to 15 minute limit is nearly impossible for the kinds of things that you're asking for. And our meetings often went to 10 o'clock because of the inclusion. When you really want everything that we're listing, then you better be able to stick around until 10, because it's not going to be a 10-minute. You can't reflect on all of these things in the 10-minute period of time. It can be helped with the data coming to us beforehand, for sure. And one of my asks would be that if we are going to use data in part of the presentations, that the data be presented in the same way for each of the schools. I don't care which one you choose. Well, maybe I do. I don't know enough to know that I care. But that I'm consistently looking at data from each of the schools, so otherwise it gets jumbled in my mind what I'm looking at. But I hear everything, I agree with everything, but are you willing to put in 20 to 30 minutes for presentations?
Piggyback on that for a minute, because you brought up something I was thinking about. If we're using the same data, knowing how data and schools work, if the school that's reporting in September is being asked to use the same data and the school that's reporting in June, that will be tricky, because the presentation will be very, very different. So what data we want them to report on, I think, is important, because you don't want to skew, like, this school is not meeting anything because there are September presentation.
Yeah.
So there's a little nuance there, I think.
Yep. The other is when you would read the additional considerations, I went, why aren't these at the top of this?
Right.
Yes.
I went, whoop, these should be the things, the bullet points are like, oh, I get the structure, but I don't want the bullet points lost. They're just as important as everything else that was above. But I want us to talk about the time and what we're really expecting from them.
That was gonna be my comment too, is that looking at this list of things on this outline, 10 to 15 minutes just doesn't seem realistic. And I think that when we talk about data and what data we wanna see, we probably all have different ideas of what that means. And so I'll speak for myself and say like, it's hard to say what data I feel is important and what is not important, because it also is reflective of the school and the administrator and what data they see as important. And I appreciate that, but I think that focusing on less about getting into each of their individual goals for their school and more about like how are they doing on their school improvement plan, and then these additional considerations, like I'm like that should be, I would like to see that as more and I think that this school board report has served both you and the board in different ways, and one of the ways that it has served you is being able to see each principal really speak to their goals and strategies and practices. And I understand the importance of that for you. I don't know if for the board, if that's as important from my point of view, but I would like to open that up to other people's, because I don't speak for everybody.
In my opinion, it would be nicer to have the data from all the schools at the end of the year. And to be able to have the schools talk about what problem of practice they're tackling, because they're all going to be doing that throughout the year, and their strategies around that aren't going to necessarily deviate too much from September to June, right? Like we're focusing on our questioning strategies, and here's how we're doing that. And these are what some of our walkthroughs have shown. That kind of anecdotal data might be nice for us to hear. And at the end of the year, look at attendance and goals and how the successful school survey showed improvement here, or those kind of things. But I want to hear more kids, and I want to see more of what's happening with the kids.
Yeah, I of course like seeing the data when we're looking at comparisons and stuff like that, but I would kind of more want to hear the interpretation from the administrators at the school of the data, so that we kind of get more of the context, so we're not lost in kind of when the data was collected, and that we're not just like looking at this big grid of numbers and losing out all the narrative of what they really mean. And so maybe if we had like just categories, given time constraints, but just like, what's attendance like, what's morale like, what's parental involvement like, what's extracurriculars, you know, and kind of, I'm not saying those have to be the categories, but that kind of categories that we can see, and then use those narratives to compare how the schools are reporting, to see like if attendance, we have to really focus on, you know, Powell Butte's attendance, you know, not just like trying to interpret it out of the numbers and remember what the other school numbers were.
I'd say a couple of things. I think you're on to something here. And one thing you'll see when we get to the Roadmap 27 update is, and I'm going to kind of steal some of the presentation's own thunder, but a flip of the orientation, and I'm looking over at the poster on the wall and I see a big reflection, so that's not really helping, but a flip from an orientation to the pillars to the goals, and a translation of the goals to the school improvement plans, so that each school is focusing on attendance. They're focusing on, and there's common things that we're focusing on across the district, and so I think that would lend itself to some of the metrics that then help support what's happening, and you would be able to see some apple-to-apple comparison just by virtue of that, while also allowing for site-based customization of problems of practice that are unique to the school context and the areas that they have identified that they want to grow in as well. I also think that Assistant Superintendent Dr. Katsuda and Director Callahan have been listening and participating in prep discussions and may have something they want to weigh in on as far as metrics or other components here. I just want to, not that you have to have something right now, but I want to invite you into this discussion as well. And the microphone would be an important component of that.
I think the inclusion of data in the right way, on the right measures, is valuable no matter when the school report is given in the year. For example, fall data for a school could say, this is how we're setting, this is how we have set our benchmarks, right? This is our baseline, and here are some of our goals, and here's our action towards our goals, right? So I think, and later on in the year, they can speak to what they did, what they've learned in that process, and what their next set of work is in terms of the data that you'll see that might be reflective of the middle of the year. So the idea is the data is contextualized within a school year. We already know students haven't received instruction at the start of the year. And so as you're receiving it, as they're presenting that, my hope, and I believe strongly that they will conceptualize that or provide that context, right? But I think it's important because the very metrics that they're likely to bring forward are related and reflective of our 4 big goals that are universal across all schools in the district. And it's a great way for the board to hear what are the specific things each school is doing to meet those goals within those 4 within those 4 areas. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later, but I have a feeling after you hear a little bit more about Roadmap 27, you're going to say, yes, I think we're going to want an update, and we don't need to dive into the weeds. That's not productive within a board meeting, but to provide an overview of how where they're at, where they've grown, or how much they've grown, what they've done to get there, and what their learning is and the next steps would be. So I think that might be very valuable to the board, and I have a feeling principals are going to want to share it, because that's really at the heart of their work and a lot of what they're going to be focusing on this year with the staff, right? So.
My ad would be related to each student meeting standards. However, we're really going to need to build our muscle around what that means to meet and to master the absolute essential standards. And so with that comes a shift of what data are you focused on, and we're really kind of establishing some processes where buildings will be able to monitor that. And it's smaller data. It's that data that teachers take on the daily so that they can modify and adjust for each and every student so that we can commit to a limited number of standards. We're going to commit that every student meets. We're going to make that commitment. Whether that's 2 standards or 3 standards, we're basically going to build our muscle around that and commit to every student mastering that. So with that comes, how are we looking at those smaller, what I call smaller data, because it's more day-to-day. It's not district-wide, it's not statewide. It's that kind of data where teachers can look at that and go, you know what, I'm going to try this tomorrow with these kids or that student to see if I can get them to help master this standard. So.
Add the no acronyms to the presentation and help people. I mean, put it on a bullet point because it is what happens, and people are going to view it, not just us, but others. And we're so acronym driven. Remember the 3 pages we used to get as board members in our little notebook? Here's the 3 pages of acronyms you should know. It's like, oh, you better tell me what they are. I'll never remember that. So anyway, just to add it.
Director Andrews.
So in the spirit of being able to respectfully disagree, I am less and less tolerant of meetings that go long. I appreciate the meetings that are an hour and a half to 2 hours max. And I guess for one, I would be willing to forego the school reports. It's a luxury we can have because we're a small district, but it's also a luxury that we don't necessarily have to have. The advantage to me of the school reports is just getting an opportunity to see the staff and the principal. I guess I can support having the school reports as long as they aren't 20 minutes to a half an hour, but this would be just cruel for staff, that they come at the end of the meetings and they aren't part of the official meeting, don't have to have quorum to attend, and, can vote, ourselves. So just in the perspective of just a little bit of different balance. Also, it would be nice to have student voice, but it would be nice to have the student voice talk about the topics that are in the Roadmap 27. I know when the high school was here last fall, I don't want to say I was disappointed, but I guess I am, in hindsight, a little bit disappointed that the students that were there were asking for more money for their whatever project or club or whatever they were sponsoring. And I would have liked to have heard more about the culture of the school from them. I would have liked to have heard about how attendance affects them if they don't have, full classes. I would have liked to have heard how cell phones in the schools affect them. So it would be nice to elevate student voice. It's a requirement in Roadmap 27, with the caveat that we ask you to speak on certain things, and what your opinions are. So that's my.
Thank you. Just to keep us moving, the other little part that I wanted to talk about in here was student recognition. And so, typically there's, what I've seen is the quarterly reports put together on student athletes. We used to recognize a lot more students than just our athletes. There's a lot of students doing great work. Again, the more we add, the longer the meeting goes. I will share my thought that I had around it was working with our student representatives and having them be responsible for student recognition being a part of their report on the high school. But again, I want to, hear folks' ideas and thoughts.
Shocking, I have an opinion. A huge memory for me in high school was being invited in front of my school board when I won state for one of my speech and debate competitions, and they invited me to perform for them. And that was huge for me. And I have several friends who've been posting recently, Gresham Barlow, their daughter honored at the school board, and son here and daughter here. And I just think that because we are a small district, we can do that. Maybe that means we pick and choose. Half the schools present one year and half the schools present another year to allow us time for the student recognition as well. But I think we should play to our strengths of being a small district. And the strengths of being a small district are that everybody knows each other. And those are like core memories that are given to our kids. And I think I would love to see us elevate that even more so than the school reports, because school reports are something that can be sent more in a PowerPoint. I just dated myself, but not the student recognition pieces like that for them. So.
Oh yes, I believe that recognizing our students is, that's why we do all this other stuff. It's for success of the students, and that's an opportunity for all of us to celebrate them.
At what level? Oftentimes it feels like we only hear maybe at that high school level, but what are some of the accomplishments of our middle school students and maybe even our elementary students? So it doesn't, it always kind of defaults to the high school. And I don't know, which is interesting, that I don't know what kind of things individual students or groups of students, the chess club at X school has been able to accomplish. Because those things aren't necessarily brought to us. They may be brought to us via the superintendent report, et cetera. So how can we at least be aware of that? And as I'm saying that out loud, I'm surprised sometimes when my own, because my children are out of this district, but my grandchildren are very much in this district. And when I see something that was given to, sent home to the parents, right, about things that are happening in school. Well, I'm not the parent, but I'm on the board. And maybe I should know what's going on at my elementary schools. So that's a way that schools can communicate also to us about all their activities just by including us in the newsletters, how information gets distributed. But I would agree that this student celebrations, I just really liked it when this whole room was full of the parents, the students, and that not be just our athletes, but our drama kids and our speech kids and our FBLA kids, and it's just fun to see, because that you see the parents as well as the kid, and you get to see what they've put in to making their child successful, and an acknowledgement of the parents for what they've done for their own child, as well as every child that's probably within those, in those organizations. So, yeah, I hadn't thought about it in terms of if I had to choose, right, between school reports and recognition of kids at every level, if there's appropriate. Man, I think I would go with the kid, the recognition. And I get your point about the student representatives, but again, they just focus in on what they know, who they know within that, and it puts a lot on those representatives. Some will be doing great at it, and some won't be so great. So consistency. Ooh, this is a chew on it, I guess, for me a little bit. I didn't realize I needed to chew on it.
Chair, I wanted to offer a couple of thoughts here. Number one is that the school report format that we do isn't the only way that you can do that, and so there's some other formats in terms of that. To the second point is I would welcome anybody in the room, but particularly Missy and Christine, because Missy currently is serving in an executive assistant role and Christine just came from one, so you probably have other experiences in terms of how recognitions are done or school reports are done, not putting you on the spot, but feel free to contribute in as well in terms of ideas that you might have. And Christine's grabbing the mic.
So in my previous district, we had a standing feature in our board meetings every month called Spotlight On, and it was very much focused on students in schools, what was happening. It was very celebratory in nature for the most part, so it was a lot of student recognition. And then during my last year in Sherwood, we put an initiative in place called the Celebrate Initiative, and each school took a month, because we didn't have standing school reports, but we did during that last year, where each school was tasked with, we would have like a focus month. So even at the district level, it's Celebrate Sherwood Middle School Month, and they would come and do a report during that month. We would also supplement it with social media features about things happening at the school, particular specific newsletter focus topics that covered students, staff, family participation, PTO, all of that. So it was more celebratory in nature. It definitely didn't dive into the data, but we would do separate data report outs, kind of separated from the celebratory parts. So that's the experience that I can speak to. It really was a great opportunity for schools and staff and students to really think about what are we proud of, what is our school's story, and to what's unique about it, what do we want people to know. And it inherently did tie into the programs and the curriculum and all the good things that were happening at the academic level, at the social emotional level. Those just kind of inherently came up through those presentations. So I've seen a couple different variations of it, And then kind of, we would typically do data almost as an aside, like a work focus session where we could do that comparative analysis across all schools, focused on the goals that were universal, and tried to kind of separate the two, the celebrations and the data, as two different types of work. So that's what I've seen in the past.
Yeah, and I can add a little bit just from my experience in other districts as well. We did very similar to what Christine was talking about in Sherwood in regards to celebrating students. One piece that we also did is we did our business meetings in our boardroom, and we did our work sessions out in the school district. So we would do it at various schools, and during that time, we would celebrate the school that we were in when we took care of the work session there. So that was really nice to be able to get the board out into the district. Now, mind you, it was quite a bit smaller of a district, so we didn't have so many board reports and other things such as that. Other things that we really celebrated too was big events that were taking place, like the robotics club that, you know, maybe did well in their competition, or, you know, it was really just kind of situational depending on what was happening in those buildings. So that's what I got.
When I worked in Reynolds School District, they had a school report night, and so it was optional for board members to attend, or board members were kind of designated to a certain set of schools. And so I think the way it was set up is that it was 3 schools in a given evening, and then board members either were designated or who were available and wanted to show up for that. And it was kind of like a round robin format. So not to get into the weeds on that, but I'm just saying that there's other ways that you can approach that, rather than introducing, you know, taking the first, 30 minutes of the board meeting to do that.
Yeah, I think this is something that we all should chew on, to use Pandemonium's words. Please.
I just wanted to add, I think it is very important that we do separate and specifically, elevate student recognition. And I'd particularly like to take it off of the plate of our student representatives, because I'm continuing to advocate that we have a much more formal role, and like a lot of the neighboring school districts, start to elevate the student representatives in terms of their participation on the board and their input that we gather from them, and not just a high school report and student recognition and then they leave. So just wanted to add that in there.
Yeah, and I will say, I think that balancing, it's important to keep in mind balancing what our requests are and what their requests are as well, because I have had conversations with them and feeling that, like, they're engaged at a level that they want to be engaged at, and they feel like they've got so much going on in their worlds that leaving for some of that business stuff, maybe what we're looking for, maybe we don't have the right students in that role, and we can start to look long term at, like, if we want to have more involved students serving on the board, how would we go about that? How would we get those students, how do we recruit and educate the students? The other thing, I don't know how, like, I would love to see, I'm actually gonna walk that one back. We can talk about it later.
I'd say some school districts are exploring having it be more of like a set credit-based activity. And then there's also talk of stipends, which board compensation, of course, is going to come around again. But so those are some of the mechanisms some other districts are using.
That's good. You have something?
So what now what? Do we let our superintendent and our cabinet chew on this a little bit from what they've heard? Sorry.
No, you're fine.
And then come back? Are we trying to make a decision?
Yeah, I think that we need to ruminate and, similar to the operating agreements, have some board leadership discussion around what we might recommend. But all of your feedback is so important and crucial to making sure that these meetings are worthwhile for you. The board members are volunteering your time here, and so I want your time to be appreciated and well used. at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and say, let's move it along, and do a roadmap 27 update. How, there's no time on these
Yeah, I was just gonna speak to that.
I have no idea where we are.
Well,
for our
yeah, what
plan.
I would say is lunch is around noon. I think we kind of timed these things out as we were sketching out the agenda, but then board agendas don't normally have time frames on them, so I think that's where that's lacking. What I would say, and I just saw David run up, is that we've designated about 60 minutes for this time, and so I don't know if we need 5 before we dig into 60. I need 2, but
Yes. Say 5. 5 minutes.
So it'll be
Recording
part one,
stopped.
part two.
Recording in progress.
All right, thank you all for making that a brief break. I'm going to go ahead and turn this back over to Superintendent Owens.
All right, Chair Solowski went to the tub of artifacts and had another artifact that she wanted to share with. I'm just teasing, unless you wanted to. I'm sorry. All right, so what we have on the screen here is Roadmap 27, Year 2. And so you'll see the 24-25 school year. The objective with this report is to be able, essentially, to give you a status update. Where have we been? What lessons have we learned about where we've been? And what sort of pathway are we forging going forward, to try to mix in some roadmap metaphors. You'll see in terms of this presentation today, it'll be led by Dr. Katsuda and myself. Who you will not see today is Performance Facts Lauren Klafke. Part of the reason for that is to demonstrate more district ownership over our process going forward. And then also that's just a natural evolution in our process to be able to have us doing more of the leading of the work. That being the case, just to give you a little bit of insight in terms of how we developed this, is I put together the overall structure for the report, and Dr. Katsuda filled in the details of it. So she will be leading our report today, and I will be interjecting as appropriate. Do you have your microphone?
All right, I'll also add that district-wide comprehensive strategic plans are run by a couple folks, and we have an amazing cabinet team. We are a team. So as we go through, I might look at someone and say, hey, do you have a little bit more context you'd like to provide from your angle? Because we have collectively worked as a team on this from the very beginning. So what we're going to cover are 5 points, providing you with an outline of the strategic plan, and touch upon how the comprehensive equity audit influenced the ongoing evolution of our plans. Talk about the cycles of improvement, which is our theory of action, and literally our action to improve our outcomes and the students' experiences. Talk about the measures, the data, and the analysis process we go through to learn more about the impact of our practice. We will be touching upon the portrait of a graduate, and even potentially the role of a cabinet representative, and providing you with an overview of Performance Facts work with us this year, which, as Superintendent Owen said, has been, we're practicing the model of gradual release, where they have assisted us in an intensive way in the first year with the construction and the implementation. But now that we're in year 2, we're going to be owning more of that, with the idea that we're going to be able to develop the muscle to sustain that and support the district throughout in that process. So.
And when you talked about portrait of a graduate, about a board representative in that process,
Yep. All right, so I believe you've received copies of these documents, which are the formally constructed, created, polished documents with the details. I don't know if you have them with you today in the folders, but they don't. Okay, so
no, but they're. I mean, I can run into my office for anyone who needs any component of this.
Yes, that's right. But I will be on occasion referring to these, and just so you know, for your context, I mean, these are the documents meant for public view and explanation of our plan. There's a tremendous amount of detail in these, in the comprehensive plan, and even on the one-pager, right? What folks will not see, obviously, is the tremendous amount of work systemically in the system that is required and that we're engaged in to move practice and move systems to support improved student outcomes, right? And so as you look at these documents, even if you see the comprehensive, I don't know, was it 20-something page? 28 page report, just imagine there's probably about 5 times as much detail behind that in the system as we're working on doing our best work in supporting this process. So, and please make sure that you have these at your hand, that are handy, so that as you're engaging with the public, if you need to refer to it, you know that there's content in there that we can share with the public and can refer them to these documents, right? But I like these documents. They do a really nice job in a differentiated format in providing, I believe, what the public needs in description of our plan.
And Director Harden takes his boardsmanship seriously because he had his at the ready.
Yes. Oh, excellent. So, as if I refer to it, you can all look at his copy. All right. So it's important to start off by saying, as we all know, you were all here, that we engaged in a comprehensive district-wide equity audit process. And if you remember, it was a very detailed process. It involved everything from general data analysis, which is what typical equity audits involve, and included even more than that, listening sessions with families, with students, with staff in various groups, with administrators, and classroom observation of every single learning space in the district. Compilation of all of that information and analysis of all that information came back to the district in the form of school-based equity reports and district-wide equity recommendation report, right? We have used the data that they've provided us as well as the recommendations to continuously inform our district improvement plan. Schools are using their reports to continuously inform their work, right? And as we learn more about what the work will entail, and as with everything, it's a learning process, and everyone's learning and engage in changing practice, but just because you change practice doesn't mean it's always going to work, right? And we are dealing with very complex systems and a complex community with complex needs, and students have come to us, and we have to continuously develop our toolkit, right? And so even as we lean on the equity audit, we're finding that we have to go back to it to refresh our memory and to remind ourselves, oh yes, this was a recommendation, and there are 3 or 4 different strategies or approaches we can use to address that. We've tried this, we're going to continue, or we've tried this, and maybe we want to step back and try another strategy, right? And so that's something to keep in mind, that just because an audit was done and we're addressing and moving forward and taking action on the recommendations, we're learning more about what that should entail in order to change practice in our systems, right? So we use the equity audit to continually inform our goals, to continually refine the focus of our plan, our professional learning with staff, our actions. We've used it to prioritize the need and the development of an assessment and data system, of which we are in the beginning stages of constructing for the district. Focus and guide leadership development for administrators. So that's something we've elevated this year, starting with the beginning of the year, in our ad pre-service, and bringing in an organization to provide additional leadership development on change in systems and instructional leadership, right? And then I believe we continuously use it and refer back to it in our schools and our district. It is very motivating. It's very compelling. It provides us a narrative and the why, right? A narrative for the why. So that's important to note.
As we proceed to the subsequent slides here, I'll say that we organize this in a way that we thought would be helpful to update the board, and we also recognize that it may not be, or there's questions that you have as we go along, so please feel free to interject any comments or questions that you have as we go through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Are there any questions so far? No? So what you'll see here, and we're not expecting you to read all this text, it's just an example of it's actually a snapshot of a poster that every administrator and school received multiple copies of, and they placed it in places of the school where staff were learning and working, right, and preparing for instruction. And then administrators got that. It's a nice visual, and it may not make sense to someone who's not embedded in the work of our plan. This is just a very high-level overview snapshot of the back end that I was talking about, all those details that the public won't see, right? So, but the practitioners know this, and it's a nice poster visual of some of the critical elements of the implementation portion of our plan. So last year, this poster included the priorities, the practices, and how we're going to measure our progress on that, right, in a nutshell. And we developed the poster and this snapshot in all of our extensive processes, looking at the data, the equity audit, and then we gathered input from all of our leaders in the district and staff through the leaders, and then the cabinet refined the content and then put forth and finalized the plan, right? And so this, I hope and believe, was pretty helpful to staff in the schools. And it provided us with more focus and clarity as we move forward with our plan. Yeah.
When you have something like that poster, is it helpful, I mean, it hasn't been used as, that's a great idea, but remember we're focusing over here, is do you use it or have principals or other leaders within the school used it as a way of bringing back?
Yes. That's an excellent question, because that was the intent, and that is that's the purpose of the poster. I believe some administrators used it, and I believe there were opportunities that we could have taken advantage of to use it even more, and that's a point that will be emphasized as if and when we roll out the next poster, which has been refined and modified based on the refresh of our plan. So. But yeah, it is a poster to keep us focused on our plan. Right. All right, so, you know, we've experienced year one of implementation, and yesterday, I believe, or was it the day, yesterday, Cabinet got together and reflected on lessons learned as we supported our leaders and our staff in moving the plan forward. And I'm going to lean on other folks, because what I did was I synthesized the reflections to the best of my ability. We had at least a page of reflections in terms of what did we learn about the process of implementing, what did we learn about our system, what did we learn about what the next steps should be based on that experience, right? And so really I chunked it up into sort of 3 categories as I was looking at the themes that popped up from our reflection. And it's leadership, themes around leadership, instruction, and themes around coherence and clarity, which are those issues and needs and requests were throughout last year from our administrators and our staff around, can we refine this? Can you make this clearer for us? This is a complex plan, et cetera, right? So around leadership, we recognize that we worked really, really hard across the system, specifically with our administrators in the district. Every Tuesday, we were in here for 3 hours, and that's just one formal meeting in addition to all the other strategic planning implementation meetings and the ongoing instructional work that they're engaged in every day, in addition to managing schools. And with that, we worked hard to learn about the different strategies and approaches and some of the changes in practice that needed to take place. What we realized in reflection is that even though we prepared or provided supports and tools for administrators to take that back to their building and replicate a process and continue that and extend that learning to staff, that happened in a variety of ways that wasn't consistent. And it didn't always result in staff changing practice. And that is not a unique thing for any district. To move a complex district practice across the system is a very monumental accomplishment. If someone can do that, they've done some miracle work, right? So, and we also know that what we were asking was doable. There were approaches and strategies, some low-hanging fruit and some a little bit more complex. And so that was learning for us and how to support leaders. What else do we need to do as a cabinet and as a district team to support each other and support the leaders in moving forward some professional learning and changing some systems in schools so the practice in the classroom changes for students, right? The experience changes for students and improves learning outcomes. And so that was a reflection of ours, is there's some ways that we need to rethink and maybe, and we collected information from administrators as to how it felt to them and how it may have impacted their practice with their staff. And there's more learning to be done there, and we'll continue to take that feedback and refine our work with administrators, but that was a significant learning. Administrators are like the rubber glue that holds many things together in terms of systems, and as well as communication about how things are going, right? And so that's important. We also needed to recognize that we needed to support administrators even further on protecting time so that they could get into the classroom and in learning spaces, gather information and through their observations, and provide feedback to practitioners. They know that that's a goal and that's expected. That's expected in our evaluation system, that observations are just an inherent required part of our evaluation and feedback and growth system. And what we're asking them to do is do it at increased level of frequency, and to engage in observations that were very specific to some of our goals and approaches that we were focused on. And it's very challenging for an administrator to engage and conduct the number of observations they need to in a school to provide the frequency and timeliness of feedback that's required for practitioners to say, yes, what they saw was working. Oh, this is from their vantage point. These are some things they saw. I thought I was doing X, Y, and Z. I'm not. I'm going to take their feedback and start to shift practice. So effective feedback is timely. It's specific. Like, we know all the criteria of effective feedback. And I think administrators have a challenge because they're managing the operation of a school and the management of a school. And all that comes with that is also very complex. And there's not always a whole lot of time. And so we have to work hard to support them in protecting that time to get into the classroom, right? And so that's also an equity audit recommendation. It's actually one of the most repeated recommendations in the equity audit. And I'll try to perky up my pace here.
Yeah, and I would just add to what you're saying, and they're with us for 3 hours a week. And so there's a lot of demands on time, and some of the observation processes that we went through this year were good, and they had administrators observing in other buildings which weren't necessarily their staff. And it's good to cross-pollinate ideas and get a vantage point elsewhere in the system. And if you're not getting the basics done in terms of getting the observations of your own staff done, let's protect some time to be able to focus and do that too. That's part of the reason we're bringing in the group from San Diego State who conducted the equity audit to do some professional learning, because one feedback piece that we heard from our administrators was we're seeing a lot of current practice, and that's reflected in our equity audit in terms of where there's strengths and where there's deficiencies, but what does effective practice look like? Let's see some of that. And so that's what we're going to be honing in on as well as we focus forward this year as well. I'll jump into the second part of instruction, but I also want to have Director Callahan jump in here as well. First is focus on attendance, and we're talking specifically around student attendance here, and I think that there's a little bit of the chicken and egg, tail wagging the dog. What drives attendance? Is it student engagement and feeling welcomed in the school that drives their attendance? And the truth of the matter is, not enough kids are showing up to school on a regular basis. Like, that's a problem that we have. Our percentages for attendance are horrible. And so that has to be a focus area for us. Where it has been implicit before, we're intending to make that explicit. I don't think that there's going to be kids running the neighborhood saying, hey, I heard the science lessons are better over at the school. Maybe we better get to school. Like, I understand the whole concept of engagement and making the lessons better. And at a certain point, like, let's be realistic. We need to do some intentional engagement around the attendance specifically. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Director Callahan to kind of head us through the section.
Well, first I'd like to say that the year one implementation from our building administrators, they were very focused on those goals that they set forth. So in terms of the instructional piece, many of our buildings focused on student structured talk, and they were dutifully, they stood up professional learning for our educators. They really tried to hone that. What we found out, and I think I could put a date to it almost, like it was like April, when we all kind of started realizing that learning about one procedure is not going to change the trajectory for our kids. And so lots of kudos in terms of us planning and moving forward, and we're going to take that and build on it. But we really have to look at the full scope of pedagogy or instruction. Like, so looking at that full continuum, it encompasses those procedures, but you have to be thinking about the student. You have to be thinking about what they come in with. What are those strengths? Who are they as human beings? What are their challenges? And how do I design a lesson around that so that I can instruct and that they can learn? Each and every student. And it is possible to do that. So with that, that's the emphasis on effective pedagogy. And this year, a big emphasis will be around lesson design. You won't be able to instruct effectively if you haven't thought about those things. Not just the standard, but how are kids getting access to that, each student. So, and then the focus on formative assessment. So there's a little theme for me this year, and that is like really our educators collecting data day to day on where kids are functioning, how they're performing on that standard. And then how do they adapt? How do they adapt within that day, within that 2 days, within that 3 days? And a lot of those conversations are going to happen weekly at their during their professional learning communities or their PLCs. So that's where you start to generate this wheel of instructional practices. Well, here's what worked for me. Here's what I'm working on. I'm still stuck here. And really promoting the learning piece around instruction and around learning. And then the final thing that I would say in terms of a big aha is it became very clear that what we have been working so hard with interventions to get students to meet grade level standards that we've maybe, it may have overshadowed our ability to create time and space and quality in a core instruction, which would be the general ed classroom. And so that is a huge shift for us this year in terms of our department. And the work that we'll do is really helping our buildings, our leaders focus on what does it look like core instruction, tier one, and also tier one instruction in the classroom setting. So big discoveries and lots to build off of from last year around instruction.
Do you feel, and I have no understanding of this answer, so I'm not looking for anything, but do you feel like teachers have the time in their days to reflect on curriculum and individualize it for the students? Or is that something that we're hearing, I'd love to do that, but I don't have the time?
Yes, and. So yes, we've heard that from our educators. I think the number one feedback that I got around our professional learning communities is we don't have time to meet. You know, we were really trying to do a lot, and I think that's another discovery we made. So calendars, for example, are much more lined up to ensure that there are weekly meetings so that they can do that reflection, so that they can learn from each other. So.
All right. Last section there in teal, you know, practitioner understanding is key. That seems like, of course. And at the same time, we're talking about a complex plan. And so what we did this year was remove or distill some of the complexity into 4 goals, hoping that with the focus on 4 goals versus a variety of priorities, indicators, practices, then we're looking at vital signs scorecards, excellence target. I mean, all of these terms for a teacher in the classroom who's focused on their student could be a bit much, right? And so distilling it down to 4 goals and using words to describe those 4 goals that make common sense to practitioners and probably other people too is a good thing. And so we've worked this year with Lauren and with administrators and staff, gathered feedback to refresh our plan to reflect a more clear pathway with those 4 particular goals, which we'll share with you in a bit. And the last goal, the last bullet item you had actually shared. Expand on that?
Yes. So our department really dug into the instructional recommendations of the equity audit. And the more that we dug in, the more that we gained understanding, the more that we saw that and see that as a playbook. And so there are some very specific recommendations that they've made that we are fully embracing. And one is the mastery of standards. What will that look like? What does that mean? We have tools at our disposal from the state that have already laid out what does it mean to progress in literacy. Like, why would we go and recreate that? We have that. So now what does it look like for each student to access that? So that was one big one. And the other big one is really around our English learners. So there's 8 things that we really need to look at and how we do that. And so that's going to be a driver for our department and the work and how we support our building principals. So there are things in there that learning really is complex. I've always said it's rocket science, and it truly is when you keep the human at the center. So, but we're going to gradually unpack that.
And Director Wright, I want to advance your agency here. I don't want you to feel disenfranchised. So I know you're well, you know, I didn't call your name and you haven't talked, so.
There will probably be multiple opportunities.
Okay, I just want to make sure you feel free to add. Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, so it's.
Just that I got excited about this prompt.
So we're going to pick up the pace a little bit and hit the corresponding slides. But we wanted you to know before we just get into year 2 and go, okay, we did year 1, we did, we're just plowing ahead into year 2. Like, there's been a lot of reflection processes, not only within our cabinet and our administrative team, but at the school levels as well, in terms of what are lessons learned. Using a baseball metaphor, you're not going to bat 1,000. There's going to be some hits and misses. Where are hits and where are we missing, and how do we need to tweak and readjust?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm going to use a music metaphor. Like, if you're a musician, there are certain exercises you practice that might not be the most fun to strengthen your embouchure or your breath control or what have you. But the more you do it, the more you practice, the more you know what you need to do, right? And so I think that's part of this process, is a learning process, which is why I'm all about allowing students, staff, schools to come forth and say, here's where we are now, here's what we're learning, and here's what we plan. It's a reflection and modeling that learning just doesn't happen. It's a process, right? And so same thing for our plan. This is very much similar to the first poster you saw, but simplified further with goals. Goals that I believe are going to make even more sense to folks in our system, practitioners, and hopefully to students as well. I mean, the idea is that students get their eyes on or get to hear about this, and they know what we're all working on to support their learning, right? This is it's supposed to be transparent. Not that they're going to look at this poster, but that educators will be able to say, hey, we've got some goals. We really want to support you in coming to school. We really want to support you in this, that, or the other around being able to read, et cetera, right? So we went through this a very similar process to verify the goals as we did in year 1. And just the continued analysis of our practice and the outcomes and the impact of our practice throughout last year to refine this. So that's it. You'll see as part of our plan, we have excellent targets and benchmarks. Fancy words to say, this is how we're measuring the impact of our work. This is how we're measuring our progress, right? So we took those measures from they're present in the strategic plan. They're prioritized based on the equity audit findings. These are measures that we're going to be gathering throughout the year. We're not going to, we wouldn't say that even though, for example, the state assessment, that's an annual once-a-year assessment, it's not that we're going to necessarily ignore that measure and say it doesn't exist, but that's not part of our progress monitoring, how we're going to measure our growth throughout the year, given that it only happens once a year in a high-stakes setting. It's not always the most accurate measure of student learning. And also, these excellence targets or these measures incorporate those stretch goals. I don't know if you remember the stretch goals when we were talking about the goals we had to set with the state. So we've incorporated some of that information. So some of the targets you'll see in upcoming slides will represent or reflect the stretch goal concept, right? Okay, I don't expect you to see this, but you might see this poster or this visual display. I'm going to break it down in simpler slides, in upcoming simpler slides. But this is sort of a student-centered, or this is a student-centered, more visual version of our plan. Basically the goals, and specifically what we're focusing on within each goal, and then the ways that we're going to measure each goal. So in the upcoming slide, back one. So these are the goals. We have 5 goals. And in essence, we consolidated 2 of the goals because they were both literacy goals. One was for early literacy and one was for literacy throughout the system, cross subject areas, embedded within subject areas and levels and so forth. So goal 1 and 4 is actually, they're both about literacy. They're actually the same goal in upcoming slides you see, just to keep simplifying further for our system. But goal 1 is focused on building a strong foundation for K-3, specifically growth and attainment of grade level standards by 3rd grade in language arts. The second goal is supporting every student's well-being and inclusion, and we've included the 3 metrics down below. The third goal is around centering student voice, empowerment, and leadership. We recognize that students being engaged in the learning and being able to apply their learning really elevates voice and empowerment and leadership. And so percentage of students engaged in classrooms, or what we should probably say is in instruction. Students' perception and their experiences, and we measure that through our survey. We have a variety of questions from a variety of entry points to determine how students are feeling in terms of feeling empowered in their learning environments. The fourth goal is a literacy goal beyond grade 3, so grades 4 through 12. And again, this is across subject areas, not just language arts classes, because we believe that all teachers are literacy teachers. And then the last goal is preparing every student for their future. And we have some basic metrics there that are pretty standard and are also included in our improvement plan with the state. I'll also say that our portrait of a graduate work will definitely be addressing that particular goal as well this year.
So if you say this, consider, is this the basis for the Bible Science scorecard?
Yep.
What are the asterisks?
I'm glad you said that, because that was my next thing. All the, from here on out on all these slides, because this will come up again in future slides, the double asterisk means that was named in the equity audit as a important recommendation, and they provided us with some inputs as to different approaches and strategies we could take to address that based on what they observed in our district, right? So yeah, thank you. Yeah.
On goal number 5, wouldn't a more accurate representation instead of graduation rate be how many of our graduates are meeting the standards of the state?
We
or
get
meeting
that.
at level of graduation?
Yes, we get that in some of the other goal areas, so we're tracking those measures as well. So
Okay.
for goals 1 and 4, we'll be tracking that.
Okay.
And so goal 5, and the idea behind these are really high leverage, high level goals or metrics for these particular goals, right? We know we can sustainably gather this information, but yes, that is the case. And through our work with professional learning communities and the work in core tier 1 staff meetings, they are monitoring grades, they're monitoring measures for learning, et cetera, in those meetings. And so answer to that is that happens within our plan.
I want to expand on that. I don't want to speak for you, Director Harden, but I also think you illuminate what I believe what you're getting at is a really important point, is that I think that there's a distinction between those who are graduating and the skills that they're developing, because I think the graduation represents not your highest bar. And so I think that there are people who are graduating who I think that we question their skill development along the way. And so the question I interpret is are those comprehensive enough metrics to help ensure that our students are learning what we need them to learn when they're passing our stage? Is that
correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
If I recollect, last year, we had a 90 some odd percentage of graduation rate, but of the seniors, it was like 55 or 67 or some odd percentage that were actually meeting state standards with their testing. And I think that date or that number is more important than actually graduating and pushing them forward.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because you can still earn credits through your grades and graduate, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have the skills that we would expect a graduate would have based on standards.
Correct.
Right, yes. So, I mean, that is a complex question, and I'll lean on Mo to answer or provide some answers too, but I know from my experience as a curriculum director, that really hinges upon knowing that if we had a system fully aligned to what you're bringing up as far as people graduating having the skills, that really depends on a number of things. For example, what do grades represent? Do grades represent attainment of knowledge and skills or proficiency level, right? If grades do represent that, and students are earning those grades that meet a passing mark or exceeding a passing mark, then yes, grades would be a good measure of that. It just depends on how you set up grades in a system, right? And so grades would be one measure, progress monitoring, benchmark assessments would be another. And again, formative measures are meant to reflect the standards-based instruction that's happening. So as you're giving measures for learning in a classroom, you're monitoring if the student's getting at grade level or developing the skills and knowledge at a grade level standard, right? So yeah, that's a great question, but it depends.
And I would just add that Principal Miller would totally agree with you, and him and I have had numerous conversations about that. And I know that's something that he's paying attention to in general. And so there's things like just even schedules for student schedules, right? If we're in a trimester system, for example, and a student, to get a full year, it's 2 trimesters. And if those aren't in sequence, then that could be, that's an example of how some things that we can pay attention to really shift. But it's also all of these other goals, with the exception of the early literacy, that really kind of making sure that our high school students are getting the experience that they need in their learning. So it is something that we're paying attention to and looking at, and it is complex. Yeah.
My employers were much more
Yeah. I'll say some of the state standards in some subject areas touch upon some of the skills around, like, for example, in social studies, perspective taking. That is a standard, right? And that is, I don't call them soft skills because I don't think they are, but soft skill, right? And so some of that is incorporated into the content or the standards, the learning standards in some of the subject areas. Not all of what you're talking about, but I think that's the opportunity in the portrait of a graduate, because we've identified some of the dispositions and skills that we want kids to have in order to enter the future of their choice, right, their world, right? And so I think as we talk a little bit more about the portrait of graduate in the upcoming slides, how we're unpacking that and working with that and how that translates to the student experience in the learning environments is, I think, kind of going to address that. And I'm describing it in a nutshell like it's easy. It's not going to be easy, but that's what the description of it, right? But we are recognizing the necessity of both content, knowledge, skills, ability, disposition, and your ability to move around in the world around you, right? In a respectful, civically responsible way, right? So like we recognize all of that.
If I could add.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Denise.
I was also going to add to it, this is an exciting spot. Here you go. You may or may not know, but Oregon has the requirement now that as of July 1st, as a school district, we integrate the Oregon Transformative Social and Emotional Learning Standards. And so of those 5 standards, they're speaking clearly to what you're bringing up, Director Shields. So thinking about one of the standards is around identity, which has to do with self-awareness. Another standard is around agency, so that self-management piece. An additional one is curiosity, which has to do with responsible decision-making. We also have collaborative problem-solving skills, which has to do with relationships and relationship skills, and then also a sense of belonging, so that's social awareness. So in addition to what we'll be focusing on around the portrait of a graduate and all those areas, there also will be intentional work to deepen students' ability and mastery of these and development of these throughout their school day and integrated into academics. And so that will be a work in progress, but it connects with many of those pieces because those skills are super integral into your academic performance, and seeing yourself as a capable academic student and individual connect with all these as well.
I'm concerned that that is a lot to put on our teachers who are trying to also take the curriculum and individualize it for each student. So will there be structural supports throughout the school for some of those social emotional things and not just on each of the individual teachers? Thank you.
Probably talk about it a little bit when we talk about some specific plans, but we'll be at year 1, which is really around building awareness that these standards exist.
Perfect.
And what does that mean? It also be around the organization of our plans that we have. We've been focusing on social emotional learning, but this is going to help us get even more specific and clear and streamlined around that. And it's around building adult capacity while supporting students. So it's a work in progress, and we want to be really conscientious of staff capacity to learn and do.
Yeah. I want to make time for you, and then I'd like to have a comment because you've been waiting, and then I'd like us to take just a minute to go maybe pick up our lunches and come back and have a working lunch because I think you all saw that our food's over there. So
I just wanted to add, related to the standards, over the past several years, really, if you look at each content area, they have revised those standards to have much deeper implications than just content. If you read those standards, if you look up language arts, if you look up science, if you look up math, they start those standards with analyzing, comparing, synthesizing, posing a viable argument that you can support. Like, all of those are higher level thinking that you do not build the capacity by repeating information back, right? So there, now it starts to speak directly to our strategic plan.
all right, 5 minutes to grab your lunches.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, 12:31, we're back, and I'm gonna send it back to the presenters.
All right, so the next few slides cover the topic of the specific aspects of our various improvement plans. And the next few are about the specific goals themselves. And I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on all of these slides, but just want to give you a taste of what's on them. I believe when you have access to these slides later, you can dive further into the weeds. I don't know that you'll have a moment necessarily to retain all the specific percentage points and all of that. But the idea behind the next few slides around the goals is that you've got the goal at the top, foundation for pre-K, which I've mentioned before is focused on literacy, early literacy. Then you have the metric on the far left, growth and attainment of grade level standards in ELA and math by third grade, but with a focus on ELA, or language arts, as we like to say. And in each of these goal slides, you'll see a baseline. So the measure that we took in the beginning of our plan, which is the beginning of last year, end of year results last year, and then the targets in the yellow far right column. So you'll see at the end of the year, I'm just using this as an example, and then I'll just give you a moment when we go to each of the goals to look without me speaking, because it's hard to absorb with someone speaking. But you'll see end of the year results for this particular goal for ELA at third grade level. 25.6% of third graders met grade level standards. And then you see the longitudinal performance growth target as set by the state, and where we had those, the state asked us to set those, and where we had those for specific goal areas, I've included that here because that is a target that we're going for. So last year's percentage target is listed there. And then when we didn't have a longitudinal performance growth target, or LPGT, demystify the acronym, we have an excellence target, which is what we had set in the district, looking at the trajectory from baseline to where we know we needed to head in terms of growth. Right? Are there questions about how these are formatted?
I mean, just to be clear that I'm not missing something here, our baseline in ELA, we had 28%, and we actually went down to 25% of students meeting?
Correct.
We did.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, we did. All right, so this is for goal 1. And then what I'm hoping we can do is go to each of the next slides, but I'm not going to say much because you got a sense of the goal, the metric, and the measures, and I'll just give you a few minutes to look at each slide just to get a sense of where we're heading. This is a good exercise because it's an example of what staff have to go through. And a little bit more in detail, they unpack it, it's disaggregated data, broken up by different identifier markers for students within our system. But when we do data dives, you're seeing the high-level view of this data point. They see it unpacked in more detail when we do data summits, and we are looking at all these different metrics, and they're trying to make meaning of it. Or is there a particular group of students who we're not serving as well, and why? And then they peel that back to figure out what do we need to do in order to serve them better instructionally, right?
So I would say, just to add, as we go through, there's an incomplete data set in terms of the results. So it may be worthwhile for the board to see later in the fall, once we have a more comprehensive set of results.
Yeah. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see well-being and inclusion, the measures, the baseline, and the targets.
But you will not see results on this slide, correct?
Yep. Yeah. And for this slide, and I'm going to look to Denise to add context that she may have more than I will, but when we were looking at disproportionality, meaning over disciplinary practices and exclusionary practices for various ethnic group of students, not all the data was entered. The data was a little bit dirty because across the district we're developing practices to clean that information up around discipline data entry. So there was some baseline for some of them and a baseline missing for some of them. Am I accurate around discipline data? Well, now we will, because we've cleaned up the system, right? All right, any questions about that goal, second one? So goal 3, this is around student voice empowerment. So this is our engagement goal, instructional engagement goal. Data is taken directly from the student perception surveys.
And again, there is not results to share with you, so the exercise is sort of academic at this point.
Yeah. Goal 4 is, again, the literacy goal, but for grades 4 through 12.
Is it accurate that the baseline and the results were exactly math and science?
Yes. That is, did you say accurate?
I mean, it's the baseline and the results are the exact same. Is that
Is that the results under 2024?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, that's the baseline, and then that's the end of the year results.
okay?
So
Just
you
happens to be okay.
Flatlined on the outcome.
Good job.
Good job, whoever came up with those numbers.
Yeah. Right. The last goal we had talked about earlier in terms of preparing for their future. What we will not have as a metric on here yet is some of the measures that we're going to use when students in the future related to Portrait of a Graduate have opportunities to demonstrate their knowledge and skills in some sort of public setting, and that's part of the Portrait of the Graduate plan, where they get to there are opportunities for them to work on projects that elevate their experience in terms of preparing for their future, right? There'll be capstone projects and things, and so we haven't yet identified how that would look in terms of reporting back on, are we providing students with ample opportunity to develop skills beyond just content knowledge? Okay. All right. Equity plan. We do have an equity plan, and as I'm going to also turn to Denise, because she and I had partnered with together last year, and there were other staff involved and representative staff in buildings all involved in moving forward some of the work through the equity plan. In a very high-level sense, the goals of the equity plan is to deepen systems and structures for equity. We realize we have a lot of work to do as we start to unpack and understand the experience of our students more, and there's some work across the system that you're going to see down below in the process. Support equity-based practices, instructional practices, but practices that students are also experiencing in schools, right? Ones that feel like when a student enrolls in a school, how are they welcomed into the school community? How is their family welcomed into the school community? Is there a sense of belonging there? Like, just as a specific example, right? Ensure equitable educational and learning experiences for our students, which is what our strategic plan is all about, right? Anything you want to add to that? Yeah, go for it.
So something that I would point out, while the equity plan has its own slide, this is really work that's integrated throughout all that we do. And so Director Callahan highlighted thinking about the equity audit and where those specific strategies and recommendations show up. That is throughout a whole school day, so it's not work that should be happening in isolation. So if we were to go back to look at any of the measures that Dr. Kasuda was referencing back, that is the work that we have buildings do when they're looking at disaggregated data. What is it telling us about what's working for some groups of students and what isn't working for other groups of students? What are we learning about ourselves when it comes to our own identity, and how is that showing up when we're working with students in the classroom? So it's singled out here, and it's really integrated work for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So as Director Shields also knows as a rep to the Equity Committee, that she can speak to some of the experiences from last year. And we're going to continue with that work because, again, it's a process of change for the district. We have established a representative district equity committee. Their role is to learn, to lead, inform, advise system and practice improvement. Last year, they reviewed the equity audit in its entirety and made sure they understand what the process was, what the outcomes were, and what the recommendations were. So they were informed as we are starting to work on and provide, as they start to work and provide guidance on student success plans or school improvement plans or a policy, et cetera, right? So that's a foundational document and body of work that they're familiar with as an example, right? And also the Equity Committee is already a planted seed. I would say it's a seedling at this point to help us fulfill the requirements in terms of Senate Bill 732, when all district school boards are required to have equity committee members on the board, right? Then, as you see there in the following bullets, I've mentioned all of this before just now, that they're supporting the design and implementation of professional learning as part of our district strategic plan. Last year, we worked on reviewing and revising equity policy and lens. So this year, we're going to finish that up and roll that out and orient everyone to what the policy and what the district equity lens is and how to use the lens and apply the lens in our practice. And then again, guide support school improvement plans. And we will continually look at data and foundational documents and like the equity audit report and a lot of research and data and information in terms of what equitable practices are in a learning environment. So it's a learning team as well as a doing team, I would say. Right?
Can I ask a question over there?
Yeah.
Is there, so equity is something that is going to be going on forever, and we also have new staff starting all the time. Is there any part of the onboarding process that they are exposed to the equity lens, and how does that work?
Yeah, that's a great question. So last year, and please add, because I'm trying to pull some of the cobwebs together from what I'm remembering, but last year the committee that worked on the equity policy and lens had mentioned that it should be part of an annual refresh with all school staff. And so we're building in orientation and PD, and then providing them with the tools, the visuals, so that it's visible and present, reminding people to use it. And I know that's stuff's, a lot of it's been established in some of our practice already, so it's a matter of reinforcing that and providing additional time and resource and making it explicit that this is what we do in Centennial. You come on board and we are mindful and we center equity. We have a policy around equity that supports that. We have a lens that supports the way we see and engage in our practice, et cetera, right? So trying to make it an automatic, systematic part of our institution, right, so to speak, yeah.
And in addition, last year, all of the staff across the district participated in engaging equity content, and so we will be continuing that work this year. And one thing that we're doing is we're putting together synopsis information and summaries that the new staff who are starting during our new staff orientation will be providing them that information, and it is accessible asynchronously, but we want to provide them some information ahead of time so that when everybody during pre-service is jumping back in, they'll have context around that as well.
Thank you for all of that.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I say the equity modules are a critical part of our equity plan and the district's strategic plan because it provides that foundational knowledge across our system for all employees when we use vocabulary or talk about a concept, talk about equity, that we're having a conversation with that everyone understands, and we could start to learn and grow from that, right?
And I think we talked about this before, but I would love to get the board members access to the asynchronous equity modules as well.
Oh, yeah.
I'll send you our landing page, it'll make it easier, but
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe we can include the synopsis in the new board packet for people that come through, just because
Yes.
being the most recent new board member with the steepest learning curve, the more you can put in that folder, yeah.
Great. All right. I also wanted to highlight again that all of the school improvement plans reflect the district's strategic plan in terms of the focus on 4 goals. All the plans have these 4 goals. We have the need to set these 4 goals across all plans. Growth and achievement in literacy, address goal 1 and 4. Belonging, rightful presence, social emotional learning is goal 2. Attendance, goal 2. And engagement and learning is goal 3. This is what we've been talking about throughout all these slides, but I just thought I'd emphasize it again, that there's definitely a very strong and clear through line across the system at the district and across all schools in terms of what we're focusing on.
Yeah, I would just say you saw the year 2 poster that had a lot of language, was PowerPoint inappropriate for a presentation because it was so noisy. But really at the crux of it were the words in blue. Those are the things we'll be focusing on this year. But one thing we were realizing, and this was in part of the lessons learned, is we need to be more oriented toward what we're trying to accomplish as outcomes, because too much process is kind of bogging in the way. At a certain point, as an educator, whether it be a superintendent or administrator or teacher, you got to set this thing down and do your job. Like the kids are here and you're got your head buried trying to like learn this perfectly. At a certain point, this goes down and you start doing your work. This is what we're really articulating. This is the work here. Growth and achievement and literacy, particularly as it pertains to what is an effective lesson look like for literacy, and then that transcends into all content areas. Belonging, rightful presence, social emotional learning, and that dovetails a lot with the responsive classroom work that we're already doing in K-8, and then other restorative work that we're doing in 9-12. Attendance, already spoke to that. We need to be more explicit around our efforts in that area. And student engagement and learning. That was one of the big equity audit findings that we saw, are that there's a lot of compliance that happens in classrooms, and for classrooms that are dynamic, it's not systematic. It's dependent upon the individual instructor, and we need to embed some educational moves in our practice that have consistency across classrooms and applications. And so we're going to be doing more work around what student engagement looks like and how we can build more of that across the system. I'll turn it back over to the two of you, but I just wanted to kind of open with my initial thoughts on those.
I'd also say, if at the start of the year when we orient everyone to this, the goal is that they see this and it's logical and clear enough to where they can internalize it, right? And they can continue to work on it. By the end of the beginning of the year, as they're working on it, we should be able to go up to any staff member in the district and say, what are the goals? Literacy, engagement, belonging, right? They should be able to share that with us, because these goals should also then be reflected in some of their goals that they set as a teacher, or, right, in their practice.
I think you just answered my question. My question was, is the intent to streamline that process for your teachers and staff in their own goal setting, in the principal's goal setting, and the observation of these 4 goals will be used to drive their own personal goal setting, their PLC work,
Yes.
and their observational work. Okay.
Yes, not to be overly restrictive, but in the best scenario and in the most efficient, effective systems, there's alignment from strategic plan all the way down, because your strategic plan is informed by your students and their strengths and need, as well as your instructional needs, right? And so really there's no reason why it shouldn't be, and in the ideal system, everything lines up from district level all the way down to individual practitioner's goal. It makes a lot of sense for every educator then to say in the beginning of the year, after they assess their students, here's the areas that I want to focus on around literacy development. I'm getting the PD, I'm getting the supports, I'm getting the systems to help me track how students are progressing. Like, we're providing all of the supports for them, or I shouldn't say all, but probably most all of the supports for them to progress in that goal area. So it makes a lot of logical sense for them
And I would say it tracks back the other way as well. It holds us accountable at the district level to be providing supports that are meeting the intended needs at the school level, because I think that's one of the lessons, at least I learned, is that what we're providing at the district level isn't always matching what the needs are at the buildings or what the school improvement plans are. So the more tighter the alignment is between what is intended at the district and strategic plan level to the goals, to the school improvement plans, to then how that's rolling out in the school, we can provide better support that better matches the needs of what's happening at the school. So I see it working both ways, is my point.
There's reciprocal accountability for sure.
What I'm wondering is if it will help with the huge shift in practice, if you are streamlining some of those expectations of what is you're asking your educators to do. If all of that work is weaving together, it's not just ticking a box. It's not one more thing you're asking. It's unified in an ultimate goal process, and it might reduce some of the pushback and stress in the switch.
Yes, yes, yeah. All right, the next 3 slides, I don't know that, in fact, I know we don't need to talk about them because you got, you received a very detailed overview last spring in terms of an update on department strategic plan goals and how they're monitoring and what their next levels were, but I thought I would include it here. And they are 3 slides that outline every department's 3 priorities in terms of their next level of work in their district, or in their department improvement plans. But I'm including this in case when you go back, when you receive these slides, if you want a refresher as to what different departments are going to be focusing on. There's also a video, there was also the presentation last spring, but the big idea is that departments have an improvement plan as well. They worked on a very similar process in terms of assessing what the needs were in their department to support the overall district strategic plan. And they've been working on it and have recalibrated goals. As soon as they achieve one goal, they've moved up to the next one, and they've got a series of goals that they've set for themselves that are somewhat progressive, right? So every department has a detailed department plan, and I've just provided some high-level information in terms of what are their 3 areas that they're focused on next. Yeah. So I don't know that we need to discuss these.
It's really just to represent that that exists and that the work of the district isn't confined to the schools, and that all departments and employees are making an effort towards a similar outcome.
Yep. So that's there. Now is sort of the how we are going to do it. It's very process driven here. It's not the content, but it's the how. The next couple of slides are just talking about how we are providing the support to do that. And I would start by saying that I like to think about our plan when you think about all of the different actions at the district level, at the school level, and at the classroom level as a cycle of improvement. It's all that cycle of improvement. And I like to call it a nest, like the district, the school, the classroom, right?
Student.
And so we're all engaged in it. And I'd say to start off with, the process includes those steps there. And you can use different words. You probably have seen the cycle of improvement 100 times or more, right? So, but in essence, that continuous improvement process graphic there represents the process that we're going through this year with all the staff. It represents the PLC process, right? So all staff this year will receive the following. New staff to the district always get an orientation. So we have a new licensed staff orientation, but that's our opportunity to get them oriented to our focused goal areas and provide information about the levels of support that they're going to receive at the building level, at the district level, in terms of working towards those goals, right? We also have, we're setting a very strong course with the very first step in pre-service week. There's some focus areas in the professional learning that we're providing. First, orienting our administrators to it, and then our administrators will then be facilitating that learning with staff, right? So you see there, it's literacy, staying the course with that goal. Standards-based purposeful planning, which addresses that engagement goal that we have, and then social emotional learning, which is threaded throughout, but also really important to emphasize at the start of the year when you're trying to build a culture in your classroom community or learning community of inclusion and belonging. So those 3 topics will be hit pretty hard, and Denise and Mo and the teams have been working really hard on planning professional learning and setting up the systems, addressing those 3 focus areas to start the year off with. Right? And then that's extended through professional learning communities, and every school will be engaged in a professional learning communities will have opportunity for all of their professional learning communities to meet every Wednesday. So we went in and worked with principals to protect that time, to make sure that all staff who engage in professional learning communities had enough time. And even then, we could probably add a few more minutes to that, but it's that process of making sure they have the time, the tools, the resources to be able to do the work that we're asking them to do, right? And then they have monthly professional learning, the equity modules that we talked about. There's Wednesday time protected for all schools to engage in that professional learning as facilitated by equity committee members and administrators, right?
We have a couple of board members with questions.
Oh, I was gonna wait until you were done, but please, you go ahead.
My question, it's kind of a stupid one, I think, because I should know this. But do they have PLCs across all departments throughout the district? Or is it just an individual at all the schools?
So at the elementary school, it's typically by grade. There's also special education PLC that happens once a month. So all special educators in the building in that particular school have a PLC once a month, but PLCs at the elementary level typically happen at grade level. And then when you get to secondary, it starts to look a little different. And it could be it is by subject area, and then they have different teams meeting at grade level to work on grade level as well.
How about like not administrative, but like dining services, transportation, maintenance teams, like all these other ancillary teams that aren't directly at the schools?
Before you answer,
Yeah.
my question is, very similar along those lines, and so I just
Yeah.
wanna make sure. So, I think that this is fantastic. I wanna ensure that this is also happening for like transportation and facilities, and how are we, how are we giving them professional growth? Especially if we have people, or like, let's say maybe one of our departments isn't performing at the level that we'd like them to, because maybe they don't have the experience or the education within the department currently. What are we doing to improve like our transportation processes? What are we doing to improve those if we know what has been holding us back?
I have a quick answer around universal professional learning that's happening across the district for equity. And then I know Paul's been working with the different departments in listening sessions and problem solving, and in that there are things that probably emerge through that. But all staff in the district, from like all staff in all departments, even the superintendent is involved in the equity module professional learning. That includes the district staff here. Everybody is included. It's universal, it's required.
Coaches that aren't
Coaches are part of that this year. Last year, we were still learning and trying to figure that out, but coaches will have equity module training as well. Yeah, and so that happens at the operational department level in a variety of ways, but we've been collaborating with OSCA, and I know that the president, Chris Dowell, facilitated the last one in some of the operational departments. It also happens in the beginning of the year pre-service week. There's some time after convocation that all classified staff, different departments will have opportunity to engage in that. So that's one, so that we all are starting off with a baseline understanding of some of the concepts around equity. And then I know there's a lot of work in the department.
Yeah, and before Paul jumps in, I would just say the direct answer to your question is that will look different depending on where it is, and we should have continual learning happening across our organization and continuous improvement processes. So PLCs, as it's defined, come for, at least the way that we implement it here in Centennial, come from the DEFOR model, which answers 4 specific questions. What are students supposed to know and be able to do? How do we know when they've gotten it? What do we do if they don't get it? And then what do we do if they do get it? How do we accelerate their learning? So that framework, by virtue of the way that that's established, is very academic and school-based. The concepts, though, are transcendent. So PLCs basically involve component of professional learning and a continuous improvement process, a continuous improvement cycle process of, knowing, acting, doing. I mean, there's various industries have the same process in terms of research the problem of practice, determine what might be the cause of the problem of practice, implement some order of solutions and reflect on how you did. So that basic concept transcends the academic environment. So when we talk about PLCs, we're really talking about those school-based PLCs, but when we're talking about continuous improvement, that transcends. So I just want to provide that distinction as Paul leads into his answer.
So I think everybody's done a great job of addressing it. The short answer is yes, it works differently, right? So you may have staff meetings, we have work sessions and listening sessions with cabinet members and the staff members and leadership teams twice a year, ongoing staff meetings that happen regularly. Some are weekly, some are monthly, it varies by team. So cabinet services, it's going to be PLC kitchen managers getting together. Again, what's working, what's not working, what are students liking, what are students not liking, what are some roadblocks, what are some successes, what are some best practices we can take to other places. And then on a leadership level, so we meet weekly as a team and entire operations to talk about similar things and work through those. And then we also have connected this year the leadership group of each department with Sam Breyer, former superintendent of MASD, for their own professional development, again, and leadership coaching on that level, in addition to the mentors that they've been paired with for all leaders coming in. So you have, maintenance facilities director, Jason LaFarge, doing a great job, but was new to K-12 in the environment here, partnered upon hire with Terry Taylor, a very seasoned maintenance facilities director at Gresham Bottom of the Lane, and likewise with dining services and transportation. So mentorship, management, meetings, engagement with staff, feedback from staff, so a multitude of ways that they continue to learn and grow. And then alignment with district, of course. So alignment with the equity and the practices and the strategic plan at a district level as well.
And then, in addition, Director Harden, things that do happen across the district often are with our specialists. So we have our elementary learning specialists come together for what we call job likes. All the district speech pathologists come together. All the school psychs come together. All the school counselors come together. All the elementary school counselors come together. Our title staff comes together. Our EL staff comes together. So we're very department specific that are connected with instruction. They have regular times each month that they're coming together to share practices, collaborate, and work on problems of practice also.
Can I ask one? Instructional assistants, educational assistants, paras, I know that's more difficult in school scheduling to have them connect to. Are they?
They're part of the school-based learning, so
Okay.
all classified staff in the district, whether they're in the department and engaged in department level learning to meet some of the goals. Instructional staff and school-based staff are invited to be part of professional learning with the school. This is something we've problem solved, continuously problem solved, because it's a little bit more challenging than one would think, because classified staff have varied schedules. Some come early in the morning, some are late at night. So to come up with a plan that could capture everyone to the best of our ability, it's been challenging. But we partnered with the union to figure out how we could provide professional learning across the district to the best of our ability with the schedules and the resources. And building-based staff really like and want to learn with their colleagues in the building. I'm an EA in a classroom. I want to learn with the teacher I'm in the classroom with around different instructional practices. So that's part of it. They're included, and that's just, it's assumed that they should be there. Yeah. Yeah.
And a work in progress.
And it's a work in progress because we've got early morning, it's just, it's hard, so. It's hard to include the dining services staff who are busy serving a meal in the morning to students to come to AMPD, which is the time that all the other staff are available, right? So those are things we have to continuously work out, but we're working on it, yeah.
One of the things I want to say just in closing on this, I think that in my experience, I'm really curious about how there's accountability for something like that across the multiple departments, because what I've found in my experience is that that growth mindset is something that is either, it can be taught, but a lot of people also have a fixed mindset. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. How can we get everybody to the page of we can do better? Let's not just accept what we've done because we've always done it that way. And I think that, especially I know that, teachers are growth mindset, right? So really I'm speaking to more of some of those other departments. And that, like, how do we hold accountability to that? Is it possible? There might not be an answer today, and that's right.
Yeah, I mean, speaking from the operational departments, you could survey them all, I don't think any of them would say they've arrived.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think there is, across the board, every single one of the operational departments knowing that there's opportunities for improvement and looking for that support, those resources and those best practices and determining what can happen. Yeah, 100%. I don't think anybody would have like, what we're doing is working great, we've got the answer, let's write a book. I don't think anybody's.
So you feel like people are totally open to
100%.
Missy,
fantastic.
Missy, can you give Paul a mic?
All right.
Thank you.
Sorry, now that you're done saying that.
So we have a few more slides. I'm going to keep us going. We've also protected time for all staff in schools to work on their strategic implementation once a month. So, and again, this has been really challenging when you're in a system and there is not much time to make sure there's protected time, and then somewhat consistent across the district so that as we need to support, it's easy for us to go in and do so. And then, of course, you've heard a lot about this, but we have trimester data summits where school-level representative teams gather, examine the data we've collected that is part of and identified in our strategic plan, and analyze it and consider next steps in terms of change in practice or continuation or strengthening of practice, that kind of thing. In addition to that, the administrators, aka the rubber glue of the district, they are also engaged in regular cycles of learning, right? So we have the cycles listed there, and all the way up to week 5 for the couple months we have 5 weeks of Tuesdays. So every Tuesday they get together, or they're scheduled to get together for 2.5 hours now, I think. Last year it was 3. And we're rotating between a business operational meeting, which is necessary, and then 2 weeks of instructional leadership work sessions. And that's that moment where we're going to engage with them on the content that they would then be refacilitating with their staff in terms of professional learning. And then looking at the data with them. I mean, in and of itself, that they are their own PLC in weeks 2 and 3. We look at data, we refine our leadership, we talk about next steps, which often involves support of staff, feedback to staff, professional learning for staff, that kind of thing. And then weeks 4 and 5, this was a recommendation in the equity audit and then further brought to our attention by Performance Fact, that we have a lot of moments that we were observing instruction together over the last couple of years in different kinds of groups, right? We had determined that principals, or we know that principals don't have enough time to observe and provide feedback within their own school. So we protected weeks 4 and 5 on that Tuesday, saying, and we're going to work with them to make sure there's messaging to their staff, there's support in the building so that they can actually use that time to observe. That might also be a time where some of us might go and observe with them, or they can observe with a colleague and partner and observe each other's schools, right? So, but that's open and protective for them to make sure they're making those observations specific to the strategic plan, conducting observations in their building. Speaking of the observation, this just highlights the fact that we've had observation and we're going to continue to have instructional observation. In previous years, we've done it as whole administrative groups. Administrators have collected or have organized staff in their building as a team to observe each other on a regular basis. And again, this year we're going to engage in observation, this time protecting building-based observation for administrators. And they may be joined by different members of the cabinet or leaders from across the district, right? But Tuesdays, weeks 4 and 5 where they exist are protected for observation. They're going to be using, we've been discussing how this might work and we'll work on it with them, constructing a rubric that's the same across all buildings that will allow us to track how they're doing on the various goals that we have put forth today. So that's, and I've outlined the process there, which you've heard about as well, but we look at the evidence, we examine it, we summarize it, we identify patterns, and we determine next steps based on what we're seeing in terms of what the next action step might be in supporting a practice in the classroom with administrators. Yeah.
Is the turnaround time because we observe, we've been observed, is the turnaround time within that 2-week period as well? In terms of my discussion with you, what you saw?
Mm-hmm.
What I,
So they'll be observing weeks 4 and 5, and then a couple weeks later, we'll look at the data as a principal group across all buildings.
how do you feed back to me though, how I did?
As a teacher?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. The turnaround time can be instant. So administrator, the data they collect is for the teacher in the practice. And it's also for us to see how we're doing implementing across the system as well. So it's twofold. But as an administrator, if I observe a classroom or instruction, I always provide the feedback to the teacher. Right? And whatever you can do right away, or say, let's connect, when you have a moment today during break. But there are a variety of ways that happens, but feedback should go to the practitioner as well.
And then just to follow up, evaluation is a tricky thing, right? Someone's very, feedback comes to you almost immediately, okay, that helps me determine that. Are there, and I think I'm hearing it, but, is it informal or formal part of the process for evaluation to have a colleague come in and evaluate me? Not just my principal, which is a duty, responsibility, and
Yeah.
leadership role.
Yeah.
But, even across discipline areas.
Yeah.
Or grade levels.
So colleagues do not evaluate colleagues. Administrators are the ones who evaluate. But when colleagues join an observation team and just in general, they're there to learn. And they could, if you have a trusting culture in your staff and you all agree that, hey, when we see each other teach, we can provide each other feedback, et cetera. Awesome, that's what we want, right? That varies and to some degree across buildings and within staffs, right? Anybody can provide anybody with feedback, but to get straight to the point, no colleague will be evaluating another colleague. And I would say for the sake of these observations, week 4 and 5, these are non-evaluative observations that are designed to give you feedback, low risk, to improve practice. There are formal observations that they will do. There are also agreements that they could make with their staff if they're really transparent and not doing it with the colleague that I'm going to be doing rounds this week, observation rounds. I am going to be looking for X, Y, and Z strategy or approach that we've identified as a staff. I will be providing you feedback, and I may use this in the system as an informal evaluation. I would highly, we would support principals in doing that, but they would need to be transparent in doing that. Because this really, in essence, is designed for feedback and not necessarily an evaluative process.
You bring up, I think, an important distinction, though, because those observations have served distinct purposes that are separate in the past in terms of programmatic observations, not always providing feedback to the educator beyond a complement of something they were doing, but not constructive feedback served for the purpose of calibration amongst the observers, not evaluative. To evaluations observations that are done for the purpose of the evaluation process. And so I think when I hear what Tasha's saying here is you could potentially feed 2 birds with 1 palm, because it's not stones, right? If you're very clear about the synergizing of the purposes without muddying the purposes.
Yeah.
It just takes we went through a process, and to get to the peer evaluation or observation took us several years to be able to get to that, but in going through it, in both perspectives.
Yes.
In my own personal growth,
Yep.
as a teacher, to have somebody, especially if people in disparate discipline, look at how I was doing things.
Yep.
Loved it, but dang, if it didn't take us a while to get to the point where that was okay. We got to choose our colleagues, and we put ourselves in the pool. Hey, I'll come and visit
Yeah.
if you'd like me to, and give you feedback. And it never was, but it was great that I could also then choose to include it in my evaluation process. But what I gained from my colleagues,
Yes.
other teachers,
Yes. Well, and I would say in my learning that one of the strongest indicators of a healthy school staff culture is that you have a level of vulnerability and openness to learning and feedback. And you've established that in schools that have that established, Also, our schools that are going to more easily establish a learning network where it is just part of the practice, where everybody is observing, learning, providing feedback. If you've developed a culture where students can give teachers feedback, parents can give teachers feedback, teachers can give each other feedback, right? Like, and actually the most valuable feedback from, in terms of practice is from someone else who's engaged in the same practice, right? And so that's when you see practice really change and improve, when practitioners are in it with each other, focused on improvement of practice with someone who they trust, who they know has relevant knowledge and has relevant experience, right? And so that ideally is a culture we want to build, is where in every school, it's not unusual that someone's giving you feedback. You're also giving feedback and you're receiving it, you're humbly receiving it, and you're incorporating that feedback into your practice, right? We're growing that practice, but that takes time to do, because in a healthy culture, it's a culture of learning, and learning requires feedback, right? So that's all part of it. So you've asked, speaking of feedback, here's a sample, visual sample of the dashboards based on a couple of goals. Eventually what we will have, and working with Performance Fact as part of their contracted services, is an equity dashboard on, and we'll have it on our website. And the idea is these metrics, most all of which can be updated every trimester, will show where we are in terms of measures every trimester, and that will be on our website by goal for the metrics that we've identified.
I'd sure like to partner with you to look at it in advance before it actually gets published, and in order to provide a little bit of feedback.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Absolutely. No,
Thank you.
yeah, absolutely. And it has taken a while, because we keep reorienting and refocusing our focus areas, and so these are very specific to the goals. But yeah, that'd be welcome.
Is that database built through Performance Fact, or is it like a Salesforce or something that we can own without Performance Fact and update and track?
So interesting you should say that, because that's been the conversation with Performance Fact. They get the data from us, the instruction department provides it in data sheets, then they visualize it for us. The idea eventually is they're going to give us all the tools and systems to be able to do it ourselves. That's still a point of conversation, and that's actually just the tone in general of all of our conversations. What can we do to where we know we can take the training wheels off, and Performance Fact isn't doing it for us? Yeah. All right. We also have 360 surveys given to students, staff, guardians, and caregivers. I've already set the schedules for this. It's changed and improved over the years based on this idea that we're continuously wanting to gather information in a progress monitoring format. How can we get information before the year's over, the trimester, what have you, to continually inform our practice, right? So students, when they take this, plug in an ID number. We don't know who they are, but it allows us to gather information on their demographics, so that as we're looking at the data, we could say, students who are eligible for special education services have responded in the survey this way. That's something for us to pay attention to, that kind of thing, right? So we have a short 10-question progress monitoring survey that we have developed to administer in the fall and the winter for students, staff, and then the parents will have a progress monitoring survey in the fall, but a comprehensive one in the spring. Parents only get 2 surveys because it's a lot to ask parents to continually do surveys. But the comprehensive one will allow us to dig even deeper. But we'll have progress monitoring winter, spring for staff, or fall and winter for students and staff, and then the comprehensive in spring. And again, the surveys are, the response data is what we look at during our data summits. And schools can look at it even in between all of that as well, to get a sense of perceptions specific to their school. Any questions on that? Again, we use that survey data and a whole lot more for the trimester data summits. You see a picture there of the Butler Creek and all the other school teams around them at the spaghetti factory last year. We ate a lot of pasta and looked at a lot of data, and it is very informative and allows school teams to engage and then buy into the process of improvement. they're looking at the data and they're talking about their practice and seeing where the shifts and changes are needed and what they need to learn in order to do that in terms of instructional practice. So we already set the dates for that, and it's all located at the high school when we have them. So. Portrait of a Graduate. Do you want to say anything about this?
I'll cue it up just to break it up a little bit.
Yes.
So there's a lot of components to Roadmap 27. In fact, there's 27 or 28 pages to it. Probably should have made it 27 pages because it would have matched Roadmap 27. Nevertheless, we can't move all aspects of all of that to the front burner. If you're doing everything, you're doing nothing. So there's some aspects that we were really excited about in the planning that we weren't able to actualize in year one, and we are intending to move the graduate profile forward in a way that helps embed that into the work of the district. And so what you see represented here on the screen is just a picture of what the graduate profile components are. And at this point, it's really words on a page. That's where we've gotten with it. So Tasha is going to walk us through just a very high-level overview of what we're intending to do for the coming year in terms of getting that mobilized into practice, at the risk of stealing some of the thunder that she may provide, because it'll be very thunderous when she describes it. I would say that the intention here is that a student in the Centennial School District who experiences Centennial from kinder through graduation will have experiences of all of these components of the graduate profile emphasized in different grade level bands along the way in different ways, but they will be having an immersed experience where all of those elements are spiraled across their experience. Another element of the outcome of this would be that grade level bands, so not individual grade levels right at the start, but grade level bands. So let's say K2, K3, 3-5, 6-8, so forth, has particular outcomes or standards or things that they're trying to accomplish within that section of grade levels as it pertains to the graduate plan. And so our intention is to put some minds of our district together to think about how that actually is going to look and how it's going to roll out. So I don't know how good of a job I did approximating that, but with that frame, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Great. Yeah. So a portrait of the Centennial graduate, I would say would be the element of our strategic plan that our community will see, be inspired by, can hold on to, right? When we think of what a graduate will graduate from school, being able to know and do, et cetera, we have an aspirational vision of that. This is what we came up with, and this is what we believe our community is rallied around. And in fact, I don't know if you remember, but we brought together community, staff, students, parents to develop the portrait of a graduate. And it was a pretty involved process, right? So this is, these 6 areas represent some of the ideals and the vision for graduates from Centennial, right? And so in a nutshell, what Superintendent Owen shared is we'll be able to establish learning experiences for our students that will help them develop in these areas from kindergarten all the way to graduation, right? And the idea in the end vision is that students will be able to demonstrate this in a project or a capstone in their learning some way, and that we as a district team will be working on developing what that looks like. Backwards mapping from these ideals. What does it mean a student should show they know and do? What do we need to do as educators to establish that experience or to create that experience for them? Mapping it all the way down to the classroom or the learning experience of the student, right? And so if you go to the next slide, what we've done is worked with Performance Fact to establish a process and also make sure that, again, it's more of a collective effort across the district and making sure that the voices of our students and staff and our community is a part of this process again. So we have what we call a design team, again, representative of our district. And we have a couple of, or 3, or 2.5, I should say, work days set aside where they're going to work on all of those items you see in that bulleted list there. Not all at once, but one by one, where we anchor ourselves in the vision of a portrait of a graduate, and we backwards map what that means from student experience to our practice to the classroom experience of the student, right? So anyway, all of that's there. The idea is by the time we're done planning, that we'll actually have a plan to pilot and roll out not only the learning experience, but some of the events and the activities that showcase students' learning. This is our opportunity to make students' learning visible to the public and to themselves. And something happens to your brain when you have to express that, right? So the idea is all those bulleted items there will eventually result in that experience for our students. And if they have an experience like that throughout their education here in Centennial, the idea is that by the time they graduate, we'll have actualized the portrait, all the elements of the portrait for our graduates, right? And we have several opportunities for staff and community and administrators to provide feedback as we're developing after each workday. We circle it through staff and community administrators, and their feedback will be incorporated into the plan. So those are the dates, those are the times, location, all of that. Performance Fact, like I had mentioned earlier, is still working with us, but they're gradually releasing some of the responsibilities and the work to us. This year they'll be facilitating our summits. That is a heavy, heavy lift. They'll be still holding all of our surveys and taking our data and visualizing our data until we develop the capacity to do that internally. That includes as you see there, the second bullet, designing, hosting surveys, maintaining vital signs scorecard, actualizing the portrait, or not actualizing, that's another thing, but maintaining the vital signs scorecard, right? They're working with us and facilitating the process for actualizing the portrait of a graduate. That is a heavy lift. Even as they do that, the district has significant responsibilities in making that happen and coordinating that with them. Right? And then they are specifically providing intensive support to 5 schools, identified CSI, TSI schools. CSI stands for comprehensive, TSI stands for targeted, or T stands for targeted and support. What does the I stand for?
School improvement.
Improvement, yeah, comprehensive support improvement, targeted support improvement schools. Those are schools identified by ODE as needing to improve in terms of serving students in the school. There's disproportionate outcomes for certain targeted groups of students, right? So Meadows, Park Lane, Powell Butte, Centennial Middle, and Centennial High School have all been identified, and we have partnered with Performance Fact. And one of our learnings too is as Performance Fact gradually releases themselves from some of the intricate activities and events with strategic planning, we had an opportunity to engage with them to provide more intensive in the building support, which is something the few of us would have a challenge to do. So they're going to go into the building, provide support specifically to principals and to the school staff around instructional improvement planning. Some of the cycles and professional learning that's involved that you saw earlier in some of the slides, they're going to be going in to those individual schools and providing that level of support. And then Performance Fact will be providing the board and community updates this year, status updates on the plan.
That was a lot.
Closing?
No, that was a lot, and I think, as we think about the work that we collectively do as a leadership team of the district with the board and our cabinet, I think it's important for us to have a common understanding as we enter the year in terms of what it is that we're trying to accomplish specific to teaching and learning, so that as we roll forward through the year, we're able to have a frame of reference to refer to when the question comes up of what are we doing? Why are we doing that? So I know it was a lot of information, a lot to digest. I will follow up with the PowerPoint, of course, as I normally do. And thanks for sticking with it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna throw a wrench in it. Why not? We know we are still serving students who have been profoundly affected by the pandemic and not being engaged in school as they would have normally been. And there are impacts that we are beginning to understand, identify. There may be impacts that we still don't really know how. And you don't need to answer this, but just in terms of when I'm looking at the portrait of the graduate, and I know there's a body of our students who have been through a very unique experience that we're not quite sure how it is impacting their ability to use some of these things and represent for themselves. So I know we're not a fan of an asterisk, but it is something I kind of like to reflect on, or be at least to have an awareness of for some of our students. Very available, our vulnerable students. These are things that we might not be able to help. I mean, we're going to help and do it as much as we possibly can, but we've got a body that has gone through something that we might not be able to give them all of them there. For no fault of their own.
On,
I agree. But I would say the same is true for our staff as well. We've been, it's challenging, it's not perfect, but we've been considering the draft on this. Having easier solutions than others, none of them. But I think, in speaking to that, some of the social emotional learning work with our staff, one of the things I appreciate about it is that as long as social emotional learning sample starts with homework, and then are providing and developing for creating the conditions for students. Therapy staff is important. And part of the professional and social emotional learning standards framework. And then embedding the social emotional learning is critical to all this. And I think that's what I think is one of the strengths of the plan is those things don't sit separately. That really should be integrated like equity throughout all of our practices. And I know this isn't perfect and we rely on all, but I think there's an address when we identify that and acknowledge that.
So I was going to address just exactly what you'd said by the fact that that's why I think it's so important that we have the single goal on K through 3 success, because I see that as a leading indicator. If we're having trouble in the K through 3, we can't blame it on the pandemic, okay? So we've got other fundamental problems if we're not meeting our goals in the K through 3 area. So we have ways of monitoring, I think, as a board, if we are seeing, or where we are seeing COVID-related problems, maybe in the older grades, but we shouldn't be seeing those kind of associated problems in K through 3.
One thing I might throw out there when you're looking for your portrait of a graduate feedback, as you were like gonna run community groups, it would be really interesting to do a targeted feedback on alumni of Centennial high schools to see their reflection on the portrait of a graduate, and if there's other areas that we may have missed the mark with.
Just piggyback on that, yeah, I always like for us to be expanding our definition of community to beyond just parents, vendors, and staff, to incorporate families that used to have kids in the school, families that will be having kids in the school, everybody who lives and works, hopefully at some point in Centennial.
Thank you, that was a lot of work you all have done, and it shows. We got a lot to talk about. Should we take 5 minutes? Let's take 5 minutes.
I couldn't wait for it.
Recording stopped.
You're all adults.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. All right, 1:43, we are back. Thank you all for your punctuality. The next item up is item 6, cell phone use in schools. I'm going to give us, we could talk about this for days, I have a feeling. I'm going to give us about 30 minutes because this is going to be the intro to a conversation, not the only conversation we will have. That said, I would like to turn it over to these two who have done some great work.
Great. Yeah, I was going to actually let Vice Chair Shields queue it up because she has a consolidated document that was loaded into Board Book, and then we can pull up the document that I have as needed or as requested. Yeah. So I'll let Vice Chair Shields lead the way here, and I'll interject as appropriate.
Cell phone use in schools is a huge topic everywhere around us. And the reason for including the document that I did about discussion resources is just to have you have a point of reference. And the point of reference for me was that we have a policy that hasn't even been looked at for 10 years, which is amazing, right, for something like technology. And now with the data that's coming out and the harm that it's doing to students, it's reached every level who might touch on education. So you'll notice that it's a statewide issue and that our governor has made a statement about it. We have representatives in the legislature group that'll be convening in February. They're already starting the work on it. I love the fact that our Attorney General, who's the president of the National Attorney General, is making this an issue in a platform herself. Then you start looking at what's happening nationally with school districts and states that have taken cell phones out of the schools or limited them in some way. So since we know it's coming, and we also know that we have neighboring school districts, North being one of the largest, we know that there are individual schools in Portland Public as well that are tackling this. But it's all leading to how do we address cell phone use by our students? Where does Centennial want to be? What's in the best interest of our students, our policy? And one of the things that's overarching that I've seen in all of these levels is taking it, helping staff, taking it out of a classroom management issue and bringing it up to the level of a policy issue so that individual staff members and teachers, et cetera, can say, this is the policy of the school. And this is why you're not going to be allowed to have your cell phone. Now, if you've had the opportunity to read through our policy, we already have the ability to do that. I think it's been referred to away, and what was the other term?
Off and away.
Off and away. And every single time it comes down to the individual teacher to enforce that. And when one teacher does it in one way and another teacher does it in a different way, that isn't helpful for ours. So since we know it's coming, I would prefer to at least be at the curve or maybe even a little ahead of the curve. I'm not suggesting that we have to do something by September, as other schools have done. We are having neighboring areas that are going to be implementing this. They're going to have a learning curve that we may be able to reflect on and help us make good decisions. I will say, this is all personal, this isn't about, no discussions, right? But to me, I don't know that I want to wait to be imposed upon. I want to use good information from our community, our students and our staff to make a good decision for our district. And frankly, have it maybe implemented this January so that we can really start having an impact, a positive impact on the classroom environment for our kids. So that's kind of where I am. You can click on the links in the document. There's Other information I know that Superintendent Owens has been able to garner from other resources as well, but this is a topic to be opened up with you, get your personal feelings out there about it, one. And then two, what do we need to do to educate ourselves to create a process to be able to affect policy for our district? Oh, that's where I am. Superintendent Owens.
Yeah, I would say, without knowing where the board is on this, that's an important component. And in lieu of that, and after the last time we introduced this in July, I had the opportunity to reach out with the North Clackamas Superintendent, Shay James, and pick her brain over email in terms of the process that they went through in terms of making the decision that they did. So process elements that were included there included surveys that were administered to, and I don't know how or who they administered them to. I have the surveys, but they have results for students, staff, and families, caregivers that they have statistics for. I was also shared with the board meetings where this topic was introduced and vetted. They had a series of 3 board meetings, and it yielded them going with the yonder pouches that you have probably heard about at this point with that process. They also did engagement with community. I believe it was probably 1 engagement per site, so and then a staff engagement as well, and then a heavy research component just to develop a common understanding of what the problem is and what might be needed in terms of addressing that. So all of that's to say is I was able to get resources, and without actually reaching out and talking to them, because I wanted to save that step to see where the board wants to go with this, I was able to kind of reverse engineer and infer kind of how they went about their process and can learn more. I also believe, apply as much process as needed and not more. So, I'm giving you process elements that are from an adjacent district. I'm not necessarily suggesting those process elements unless that's something that the board has a prerogative to want to engage in.
At this point, let's go around the horn and just kind of see maybe just a minute or two on where your mind is around cell phone use in schools. Is there anything that you would like to set up for like a good prompt for us to reflect on?
I would like people to speak to their level of understanding based on their own personal research. Because what I have found in my discussions with family and friends, it's often, it's personal, right? I have a personal belief, or I have a belief based on other things that have influenced me because I've been doing the reading or the research, et cetera. I have a family member who's in the school system who's dealing with this right now, so that's a level of information whoa, that was eye-opening for me. But you wouldn't be able, I would have to share that with you, right? So where are we in our levels of understanding of what the issue is? And if the urgency, if you feel an urgency or not about cell phone use in schools.
Thank you. Please.
So my understanding, I agree that we should have a district policy. I agree with that fact, feeling that way it'll eliminate this school or this classroom does, this school or this classroom does not. It would be kind of across the board. And I have done a little bit of research, like I'll just say it. I'm pretty convinced that we should not have them in the classroom because of a wide variety of security aspects and a distraction element. But I did do some research onto the other side of the argument, and the truth is that cell phones are an important tool in all of our daily lives. And the goal of having them and in the scholastic environment was so that we could instruct students how to use it in a safe manner and how to use it as a tool. And by eliminating them, we are eliminating that possibility of teaching them giving them a training or safe way of using this device as a tool. So that's one thing that stood out to me. You know, the security issue that is on both sides. On one side, it's that I can't access my child. And on the other side, it's that your child there's potential damage from children to children, or student to student, or teacher to student. There's just interactions that way that are distractions and security. So that kind of, in my mind, evened out. Like there's that argument on both sides, the security and safety aspect. But, in being close contact, the families, the staff, the friends that I have involved in the district, it is a distraction, and that it's overwhelmingly that mindset.
I am also hugely in favor of putting the cell phones as a policy not to have in school. I talked to a bunch of teenagers at Grant High School, actually, and I talked to some middle schoolers and high schoolers in Happy Valley, just because I have friends all through there. So surprisingly, almost all the kids I talked to were in favor of having them gone as well. Some of them being recipients of some cyberbullying and some really unhealthy things that have happened via TikTok and Instagram and all of the other things. I talked to parents about the security thing and being able to get a hold of their kids, and I just always came back with, but you know your school's phone number, and you can call the school. So I feel like there are things that we could put in place that still allow for communication, that add the layer for security. If our goal and mandate is to have technology for our students, that's where their Chromebooks and their computers and iPads can be used. I just think we survived many, many years without having cell phones in our classrooms, and I really think we could continue to survive to not have cell phones in our classrooms. So, yeah.
I agree that overall, I think that we should not allow cell phone use or whatever in classrooms or in schools. So I don't need to add any more to that. The one thing I did want to mention that you'd mentioned earlier, Pam, I do think that it doesn't hurt to get ahead of the state. We don't know what the state's going to come up with. Hopefully they come up with something in the next legislative session, but what it is may or may not be good enough to just, hitch our ride to what the state's going to do. I think we should be proactive, and I do like a goal of trying to have a decision, well, maybe even more than a decision by January, because a decision then would take a while to implement. I mean, if we were going to acquire these pouches, I'm assuming that would take a couple of months to order them and get them and figure out how to use them and all that sort of thing. So, a January-ish timeframe to have a policy that could be implemented at that point would be probably kind of aggressive, but we could try for it.
I'm definitely on the other side. I would like to take more of an inductive reasoning approach where what are the problems we're identifying and how do we address those, and then it seems almost like we're starting from cell phones are the problem, let's now justify our policy, instead of what are the justifications in the data, what are the states that have done certain things and then seen good results from it, not necessarily maybe editorials, just kind of, because it kind of on part of my mind it's back to, oh well, video games are the problem. If you eliminate video games, then you address these other issues, and maybe we should be looking closer at the issues like we are suicide, ideation, harassment, bullying. Are we missing those issues by trying to just kind of take a low-hanging fruit and say cell phones are the problem? I have had a student come up through Centennial. He's had a cell phone every single day. He definitely texts me during the day when I know he's not supposed to, but it's never been an issue with his teachers or his performance or with any of the other issues that people are identifying that are problems with cell phones in schools. He's not experienced that, so he feels very, a blanket policy would be very punitive and take away some of those tools that we've now grown to be accustomed to in terms of how we interact with our kids and how they go about through their day and get home or get to school and then get back home. So I definitely want to look at the information, look at it with what's our results that we're looking for. And I am very much in favor of getting the broadest net of opinions from administrators, teachers, and parents and students, because so that we can really focus on what are we really targeting and really focus on that. And then maybe we have a nuanced policy that is grade-based or school-based and maybe even merit-based, where kind of like our off-campus, you earn the right to go off campus at lunch. It's not necessarily a blanket thing, but if it's a problem, you lose your privilege kind of thing. And I'm always wary of those pouches and stuff like that. To me, I see that and it's just I wonder which contractor got on top of that quickest. And can we please, if we do, can we find a way that we don't pay out some contractor?
Is there a
do we have
local
some spare
organization
lockers and
doing-
some sticky notes or something? So,
Rose? And
So
also
that's my-
smartwatches. We
Yeah,
need to add the
I-
smartwatches into that, because elementary students are now being given smartwatches, and they're,
Yeah.
And so what are we eliminating necessarily if we just target cell phones? Are we missing what they're accessing on their Chromebooks, their iPads, their watches, stuff like that? So, are we going too far in a knee-jerk reaction too quickly, especially when all these other levels of government are looking at it too? So I'm really just looking for the data and hope to, get more educated on this.
I really appreciate everybody's thoughts on this. I think that I have had some pretty unique experience with my kids and cell phones in their classroom that has had some pretty big impact on their communities that would not have happened. We have staff who would still be here if cell phones were not in the classroom. Good or bad, I'm not going to say. But I just feel like it's an issue that that's not an individual issue. If it was an individual issue, teachers have different aspects of classroom management, but the amount of time that they have to spend on classroom management because of cell phones and the impact to youth mental health that I see, and again, not every student, but there's enough of them that I think that it could have an impact. My one question that I think I would like to throw out there for us to discuss is the impact of this on school staffing. I know that our front desk staff, are giving meds because there's not a nurse in there every day, and there's all of these things. I know, and I know that I text with my kids, and it's easier hey, I'm gonna pick you up versus taking the bus. How much would that increase the impact to the front desk staff if every parent started being I have to pick them up this day? Not to say that that's not a reason we can't do it, but I think that maybe we also need to look at staffing to ensure that there's not a negative impact if we do move forward. Please.
I think too, no matter the decision that you make, there's going to be the learning curve. You have to untrain parents to not text kids in the middle of the day. And you have to retrain, okay, the family agreement is these days you take the bus, these days you're walking. It's retraining that structure too, and it's going to be a steep learning curve, whichever policy we put into place, because the parents and caregivers have to relearn just as much
Yes.
as the students do.
Yeah.
What then, David, to your point, what type of studies there are studies out there, right? What do you think that we need to provide for ourselves as well as a bank of information that when we do, because I would certainly not advocate moving forward with anything without the processes that we put in place for other things. I mean, heavens to Betsy, processes around facilities, right? This is much more, I mean, to me, the mental well-being of our students and having input from the very people that it affects, their families, themselves, the community at large. It has to be all those people that's would never want to share. But what other kind of data would we want to put together as a resource for ourselves and for our people that we're going to communicate with, so that we come again with a more educated, other than anecdote. Because I can tell you the conversations I had with my grandkids, one is going to disown me, right? And the other one's like, what do you mean you're going to have to talk to me? And that one was a scary one for me to hear. So I want to support how we educate and what kind of resources are considered peer reviewed and those kind of things. I need help.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all have a lot of anecdotal, I know someone who will remain nameless, a parent who, no matter what the education put out there, they'll thumb their nose at it. And we can talk about sometimes enforcement. It's not a solution because people, are human and they might say, no, I'm not going to do it. So what are you going to do then? The studies, in the info, I would love to see, some evidence-based stuff said like they implemented it here. They were addressing bullying. The rate of bullying went down 20% between when the start of the, since the start of the cell phone policy was implemented.
So whatever we can find, and those who have gone before us, who have documented their success and or not.
Mm-hmm.
That's been part of the discussion I was having with my educator person. It's like, and let me tell you, it was very interesting being challenged, if you will, with the, yeah, but what are you going to do about this? And what about that? It's like, I haven't crossed that bridge yet. I don't know those answers. But because they are living it, and as an administrator, that was eye-opening for me. And then I had to go back out, because she slapped something in front of me, and then I had to clap back, right? But we can all find those kind of things. I had to acknowledge some of what her point was, but then she had to acknowledge some of what I found too. So it was really good exchange between two educators coming to it from different points of view initially, and yet actually finding common ground when we really got down to it. And I'm hoping that that's the process that we will use to find what that is for our community. But I also hope it doesn't keep us from making hard decisions, unpopular decisions. This board has done that before on several occasions. We take hits, and we may take a hit because of this. But I think this is the board to do it. And the reason why is because of the things that we discussed before. We know each other, we trust each other, we can talk about hard things with each other. We can say, you can say, because we know that our hearts are where the best, what's the best thing for our students? What's the best thing for our students first? So I can trust that and have those kind of discussions with a group of people that I know, rather than hunt to a group of 4 who may be totally different on this board and try to have to re-educate, or not re-educate, but educate them to something that we, in an environment where they don't have those same kind of, they have to learn how to do that as a board. The first year of the board is a tough year. It's not the year to start having discussions on tough subjects. So that's another reason why I really like to do it. And the time frame, this year, but the time frame, I think that's debatable based on what we need to do.
Yeah, I would be almost concerned rushing because I don't trust a hypothetical future board seems concerning to me. That's not how I want to do. That's not how I want to do policy.
But there's things I know about you differently than I knew about you when you showed up,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that's only because of the time that you spent. And time with each other is valuable because it's like, I'm not questioning your intent because I know how you've shown up and what you've been doing here. And I feel the same way about every person in this room. I wouldn't know that about if I was sitting here with a board. And I didn't know that. I've
So, moving forward, I've got a couple recommendations I would like to make. I would like us to have some conversation in an upcoming board meeting based on some, maybe if there's some, if we can find some evidence-based articles or some type of factual information for folks that have been through this process. I would love to have an understanding of what all the parties involved think about it before we move forward. So would it be the kind of thing like these questions that we have that they ask, are those things that maybe, could we add those to the current surveys we'll be taking in the fall for students, staff, and, you know, or would that corrupt that data and it would have to be a separate one? That's totally up to, you know, operations or whatever, but it would be great. Like, I think that for us to proceed, it's very clear that we need more information, and we need information about those two things I just said.
Have you already garnered information? I don't know, there sits the cabinet. And what, I mean, you guys, you read the literature as well, and I don't know where they are for this, sorry.
You got, yellow, like 2
You
minutes.
know, your input, unless it's like, James, you like, don't put them on the spot like that. I mean, I don't know.
No, I'm saying do it. I want to see what happens.
But, I mean, you guys are entrenched in this, right? In terms of what best, we've just been road mapping, best practices. Don't tell me it's not coming up in the literature that you guys are reading, or reflecting upon, and the impact it has on the students that we serve. And the more information that we have, the better decision we can make. Or the more information that we have can help us move in directions. I've always said, new information, new decision. I have an opinion right now, but new information, new decision. If I've got information contrary to what my belief is, or what research I've done, it's like, that has to give me pause. I have to have a reflective time, which I think is going to be an important part of the work. I don't know what Paul's gonna say.
So if we, Assistant Superintendent Katsuda, or Director Callahan, or Chief Andrag, or?
I mean, I've read some of the research. I think it's good. I have some past experiences where school-wide devices were really a focus on teaching kids at high levels using devices. That's the right? Not what we're talking about here. For me, this goes back to Director Lynn. I would say understanding the root cause of the problem is absolutely essential because of so many tentacles in his relationships, in his ability to learn, in his communication crisis. And we're not talking about just behavior. There are implications. And I think that we're already kind of alluded to too, just in terms of this is 2024. Kids, I think that is problematic if we move towards solving a problem and we don't understand what the root cause is. So spending the time to really get at that so that we know what we're solving. I'll start.
That was a lovely launch pad. Right. I mean, I think throughout the conversation, all of you have surfaced some important aspects, and I really appreciate wanting to be thoughtful in this, because at this stage, with bringing it as a potential need without kind of doing some of the other pieces to find out, especially when we think about students, because if we think about students in the context that this has been something for their whole entire lives that they've been accustomed to, whereas not to make some judgment about some of our ages here, but for many of us, myself included, like it's still a newer technology, and so I want to put that in the context of how is it a tool, how is it safe, where do we use it, If students are using that more than engaging in learning, what does that mean? What does that say about our learning? We highlighted many, many things that we need to do as a district when it comes to thinking about graduation rates, academic achievement. We didn't highlight cell phones in there anywhere, and so I think about like, we don't, right, yeah. We don't want to distract from the work, and we want to make sure that our environments are safe, students are engaged, and they have the tools that they need. So I think, you know, starting the conversation, but not being able to make any decisions right now is critical. And for every story where there's something that's been disheartening or impact or harmful that comes up, we also have a counter story that shows where it's been successful and positive. And so we do have to weigh those pieces because there are grave impacts when it comes to social media and technology in students' lives. Like, there is clear evidence of that. And we also have information that shows that students can do really cool, amazing things with a computer in your handheld phone device. So all of that exists at the same time, and we need to really engage students in this. And I think they might surprise us, probably as a part of the process too.
Thank you.
That was well said. Yes. I will be brief in saying that I think identifying the issue you're trying to resolve is critical. Knowing as to the best of our ability, having information and feedback is critical. And I would also pose if the problem we're trying to resolve or solve is to decrease or eliminate bullying and harassment, to improve the mental and emotional or mental health of students, you could eliminate their access to a cell phone during the day, but it doesn't necessarily mean you've eliminated that as an option or access to them at any other moment. And eliminating it during the day is making the assumption that much of the activity that is negative and damaging to peer relationships and wellness happens during the school day. Some of it may, some of it may not. Some of it may happen in social media through other devices. There are so many, if the theory of action that we have is access to technology is what is causing this, then we need to think about how that plays out and all the access to technology they have, right? Is it really the cause of mental health issues? And also, is there another avenue that we could take that would be more effective addressing the actual issue? In an ideal world, when I think about roles, our role as educators in education is to empower students to use what they have at their disposal to thrive in this world. In an ideal situation in education, we would be educating students around digital citizenship, around how to effectively use whatever, a device, in their life to their benefit, right? Another parallel to draw is like do we blame the car if someone recklessly drives and gets in an accident? And then do we say you no longer have this car? Or do we address the behavior of the driver, right? Or do we address other factors that are contributing to that, right? So I guess I'm putting it out there as like, what is the problem we're trying to solve? What do we know about that? And is it, in our thinking, would it be prudent to address it using this proxy as and the assumption that this is the cause of that, or would it be prudent for us to consider addressing the issue at its cost?
That's let's talk about human behavior. I mean, to be honest, like, at what level, I don't mean to draw this out, but like, let's take that to other things. It's not guns that kill people, it's people that kill people. It's not, and so like, at what point are we determining for those that are within our community what those parameters should be? Because we know that it can be good, it can be bad. Human nature is very deviant, right? So like, meaning not all bad, but meaning that there are many different paths that human nature can take. And so it's going to be really hard for us to say profoundly, like, it's gonna get a little messy, but I'm glad we're all here for it. Director Southerton.
Yeah, I think we've touched on many things, but first and foremost, it's engaging your community, right? So engaging parents, engaging the students themselves, engaging teachers and other folks that are doing it, not me or anybody else saying that I have the answer, right? I think in this case, though, I think you're not looking at causation, but you're looking at correlation to problems, right? So it's not that this is a silver bullet or it's going to be the solution, but is it contributing to our student improvement goals and our school improvement goals and the education of our students, or is it distracting from them? You know, in cases of emergency, there's certainly ways to address that. So, okay, great. You have the pouches that they described, and every teacher has access to a magnet, right? And it's logged up. And so if there's ever an emergency, a lockdown drill, something like that, immediately they can unlock the pouches in the room. And so you don't have an issue with that emergency. I wouldn't say leave them available because of the worst case scenario, when really we see what's happening every day. Social media, phones, addiction to cell phones, addiction to social media, distraction from what's going on, bullying, other things that are going on, right? It's unfortunately, and more often than not, it's correlated to more negative activity than it is to positive activity, at least amongst youth and overuse of that. So I think as long as there's broad support for it and people make the case and it's done wisely with intent and being prepared for emergency situations and things like that, I see it overwhelmingly, being received positively by the majority of the communities that have adopted it, and they've done that front work, right?
In being mindful of time, I would like to move us forward.
I just have
If
one
there's
fun.
anything, yep.
Just one little quick comment, reiterating, I just to reinforce how important the process will be. With our strategic plan, we talk about culturally responsive and realizing that this is kind of a cultural issue and that my family's experience is not what other families' experiences are. And listening to people, parents feel a lot more mobility in districts nowadays, unfortunately. And they feel like if this district gives me an ultimatum that I don't like, I can go right to the next district. So I think we have to be careful in giving that kind of take it or leave it type thing without incorporating them in the process. And then of course we keep saying every meeting, student voice. And then if we do something like this and say, we didn't even trust you to ask you about it, that really, puts a nail in our efforts to say that we're trying to elevate your voice as the students.
I didn't get the impression at all that we were not going to gather any
Yeah.
sort of input at all. I didn't get that impression from the initial statement that we weren't going to talk to students, we weren't going to talk to the community. Like, I got the impression that was like the main thing we were
Yeah.
going to do. Okay.
Oh, because at the previous meeting, when this had come up, we were kind of like, no, we don't need to hear from parents. I
Oh.
believe I did hear that from board members.
This
Yeah.
meeting right here, what I heard was
We need to-
collecting a lot of information. Yes, okay.
And what may have been heard at the last meeting is that North Clackamas had been reported by the Oregonian that they had not done enough,
They
with the
had
community.
surveyed parents.
And
That's
then
what
we
was
found out
not
that that wasn't true.
Yeah.
Correct.
It was not reported
That's
correctly.
what I.
Okay.
So internally, we know where we are and who we are and what we've been doing together, and I don't think we would ever go back.
Yeah. Okay, moving right along.
Thank you, guys.
Superintendent's work plan.
All right, I have created a draft of a work plan. For some reason, I have developed an aversion to staples. So you're going to get a paperclip version that I'll distribute. And once you have yours, I'll go ahead and walk you through it.
Boy, this is supposed to be Patty's
Or the
And it comes with its own little fidget to say here went.
As a draft, we're not, am I supposed to adjust this?
No.
Not right now.
No. So, 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 let me orient before you dig in. So you have a reusable paperclip. It also doubles as a fidget. You have multiple pages that are numbered and they're double-sided, and they have that great watermark of draft that you saw earlier on the school report structure. This year's edition also has the superintendent evaluation performance standards and descriptors, just so you have all the information about the evaluation process in one place. I had seen it on former Superintendent Breyer's. I just kind of went back and looked at artifacts over time. And then you see the final page on page 7 is our blanket process that we developed a couple of years ago for the superintendent evaluation process outline. I don't think it would be necessarily a wise use of our time to try to digest all of this right now. What I can basically tell you, if I was to give you the headline of what you see, there are 2 goals that I am proposing this year, not 3. And I'll tell you why, and I'll put it to the board to see how you absorb that. One is, page 1 and 2 is the Roadmap 27 strategic plan implementation. It's basically doing everything we saw on the PowerPoint, right? So that's, I mean, that what you saw in the PowerPoint is reflected on pages 1 and 2. The second goal is the license contract negotiations that we'll be entering. Last year you saw a goal on classified, and now you see we're entering license negotiations. So I'm proposing that we keep a similar goal related to that. I didn't include a third goal, and part of the reason is this. Number one, we don't have the bond work that's currently happening, and so that's not a scope of work that can carry forward. Number 2, I think it reinforces the importance of our strategic plan, that would be the focus of the efforts. I'm not looking for more work to, like, I'm not looking for a third goal necessarily. Like, I'm not trying to create a void that we fill in this group. And I'm also, open to how the board wants to see me approach this. So what I would say to that end is, if there needed to be a third goal, if the board wanted a third goal, we could A, talk about what that is. B, we could take the graduate profile out and create a third scope of work specific and germane to that, or whatever other ideas you have as well. A natural question you may have in your mind is, okay, the bond work has sunset for now. When does that pick back up? Because we put a drop down in the bond rate, which would allow for Centennial School District to go out and petition for an additional bond in the 2028 era with a flat tax rate as to what it is now. So if you were to backward map that out, like, don't we need to be starting, like, I'm imagining your mind might be going there. And so Paul and I had this conversation and did some broad brush strokes on that for us to hit the mark in terms of doing a bond measure. And I know you might be thinking, what, we're not maybe doing a bond, maybe we're doing a levy. So that's a conversation too. And I don't want to add all of this ancillary stuff to what we're talking about here. But I would also say, as Paul and I looked at it, long story short, we would be looking at establishing our long-range facility plan committee this spring and then launching that into the summer and fall. And then that would start to hit hard again with that long-range facility planning process the next year, and then the bond run-up after that. So I just wanted to let you know, like, that's why you don't necessarily see that here, because there's a little bit of a lull in terms of the facility work, but it will quickly ramp back up starting in the spring. I'll leave it there. The other component of it would be to what sort of a process, and again, this is just the start of the conversation. I don't see us landing this at all. What sort of the process components do you want to see in the evaluation process itself this year? You added a component last year of incorporating cabinet feedback. What do you want that process to look like for this year? That's another question. I'll defer to the chair.
Thank you very much. Are there thoughts on this? Please.
So my mind immediately goes to weighting the goals, weighting them against each other, but we don't do weighting. We haven't ever done weighting. But if we did do weighting, I would say, well, let's give roadmap 27, 2/3 of the operational goals, and the contract 1/3, and that would be a way to address the fact that you don't have 3 goals. Then another thing that kind of just pops in my mind is, and I don't know that it's worthy of a goal, but in the budget committee, we said, let's determine if we want a grant writer, and if we do, we're going to move forward with that. And so there's a particular amount of analysis and review that needs to go into that process, and then that would perhaps play out over the course of the year. And then finally, I did want to mention about the bond. I think when there's a new board in place, starting in July of next year, in theory, those 7 board members should be aboard for the next 2 years, and that seems like the critical period for establishing, or for going through the whole process of getting a bond on the ballot. So that's my feedback for now. But I do want to give this thorough review and give you some specific responses.
Yeah.
Anything else off the top of our heads? We'll definitely
Yeah.
circle back.
So feedback to James directly?
Yeah, what we've done in the past is, unless you're saying right now. Yeah, what we've done in the past is I'll feed some of the artifacts from today in a comprehensive email, and then usually we've landed in September with the final iteration. So in the meantime, if you have any content or editing remarks, you have time and send it directly to me.
Excellent. In that same vein, we've got another sheet for the next topic, board committee and representative assignments. There are several positions that we fill as board members, and so this is not looking for any nominations for any of these things today. However, if you have any interest in joining one of these teams or removing yourself from one of these teams, let's chat about it. And that can this be included in the email?
Yeah.
And then you and I can chat about any responses you get?
Yeah, absolutely. So what you'll see is just represented what I believe to be the scopes of work for the year. So we talked about the graduate profile that's reflected in kind of orange, reddish pink up at the top. The district equity leadership team, Pam had represented previously, and so everything's kind of highlighted to say, this is what's penciled in, but that doesn't necessarily need to be what it is. Graduate profile, I'm not sure if Claudia and Jess, if you were carried forward from strategic planning work and why you're penciled in there.
That's news to me.
Yeah.
How do you feel the same way?
I think,
I would have a feeling that's probably the strategic plan.
I think what I did is I reused the box at the top from something else and then accidentally didn't delete their names.
That's usually cool.
Yeah, so.
I'd be happy to be that person, but
Yeah, so disregard that, and I'll clean it up when I send it out. License bargaining, we would want to see what the format is. So I don't think that needs to be determined now, but we would want to determine that probably by December.
That would be like during the day.
Yeah, that would likely be during the day. What you see, the traditional scheduling parameters, and I know that Tasha's done some work with CEA to kind of preliminarily sketch that out. But you would be looking at daytime sessions most likely. Is that track? Yep. Okay.
I would also say I should probably be eliminated from that, just potential conflict of interest.
Yeah.
You see the budget committee reflected. That's similar to every year, but it's just reflected, so it's a comprehensive scope of board work here. Then you see on the back side of the page, the long-range facility planning. That is making assumptions that we're on track, and that's what we're doing. So I don't want to get too far ahead on that, but I also wanted to include it, because if that's what we are doing, we need to get that on that card on the track in the spring. And then the additional opportunities that you see are carried over from last year: the Arts and Music Foundation, the Athletics Boosters, and the MESD Budget Committee as well. So.
Thank you for those of you who have served in these roles in the past year, and we'll look forward to updating anything that needs to be updated.
OSBA Legislative Policy
yeah.
Committee.
Oh, okay, I'll add that.
I mean, it's not,
I just thought because it was regional.
yeah,
But-
but still.
I think it should be, yeah.
Thank
Can I
you.
bring in one thing?
Please.
I was gonna say for new business, but it's directly related to this.
Yeah.
East Portland has now moved forward with a tax increment finance district, which overlaps with in a large part with Centennial Portland neighborhood. They're moving on from the work group and they're moving towards forming a governance committee. And they are moving quickly, very quickly. And so I'm already concerned that we're gonna miss an opportunity to have somebody on that. I don't trust Prosper Portland to approach us. And so I would really like this board, I would not volunteer myself for it since I live in Centennial Portland and I've been following the TIF conversations. I think it's really important we do have somebody on there. And of course, with the understanding that I would, of course, inform the board, and if I could no longer attend, that I would inform the board of that. So I would ask the board to appoint me to the TIF district. If they even approach us and have a spot open for us.
I'm open to that. I would love for us also to not, if you're willing to do that, to not wait for them to reach out, but reach out to Prosper Portland and say, hey, I'm gonna be the representative for the
Yeah,
Centennial School District.
because they said there's school districts on the work group, and then they didn't have anybody from a school district on the work group, so. I wanted to be proactive about this.
Great, so, add it to the list? Yep.
What is it?
Thank you.
Can you give me the wording again?
Tax increment,
East Side TIF district. And Park Rose is actually, I think, said we're too concerned to move forward at this time. So there is some significant community concern around it.
Can you get stuff to, our superintendent to add into his, the stuff he gives us every Friday?
Absolutely.
Could it be helpful, 'cause I don't know. I don't
Sure.
really know what I'll remember.
okay.
Thank you.
And also, I think this is the right time to put it in, is that this is a legislative year. So, yes,
Oh.
you're on the legislative committee, that's every year, but for us, as board members, we'll probably have a little bit of an increase uptick for work during legislative year.
And Stacy Michelson will be advising us with that. Okay, confirmation items. Ooh, we're moving right along. Can I get a motion?
Move that we, approve confirmation items as listed on the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
I have something I'd like to bring up, potential revision. The budget calendar, I propose that we move the January date to January 22nd instead of January 8th, so that it takes place on a work session night. And also that it goes from 6 o'clock to 7:30 to allow plenty of time for questions about the priorities and to get feedback, which we did not. We were really butting up against it last year when it was the 1 hour session and having it during a general meeting. I think I'm using that term correctly, a general meeting, which was very involved with school reports.
Yes.
Those are very involved. So I propose that we move it to January 22nd, so as on a work session.
Director Southerton, do you have any objections to the?
No, Director Hartman, I spoke earlier.
New motion.
We have a motion and a second to approve with the change of date in the one item.
Correct.
Monster feels good about that.
Second.
Great, all those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to new business. Number 1, performance fact contract and addendum.
Can I clarify on the previous item, January 22nd, the start time would be
6.
6 and go,
7:30.
thank you.
So board meeting, or the work session.
Will be,
Begin at 7:30.
yes.
Thank you. Dr. Katsuda will lead us in this next portion.
No, it's fine.
Motion to approve the contract extension to Performance Fact.
Second?
All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 The ayes have it. I will note that I do, this is a rather large contract, and I do like hearing that you are working with Performance Fact on figuring ways to own some of the work ourselves. So I appreciate that. Action item number 2. We had talked about, let me see which is my notes here about this one. About potentially vacating position number, I have all my notes right here. 6 at large. So when we look at, I don't know, if we can, we've got some ORS rules.
ORS rules, if you would like a copy of what it is to take, what the Oregon revised statutes say about vacating positions. If there's, if it's available, here.
And-
Didn't get it early, so.
No, and I'm gonna just walk you through kind of what that is. There it is. So in the ORS 332.032, there's 2 different ways that we vacate, or 2 different reasons that we would potentially look at. D is 2 consecutive months with, let me see here, unless prevented therefrom by sickness or unavoidable cause. I believe there was some unavoidable cause in that 2-month window period. The last day that the director in position 6 attended the meeting was 4/10. 2023 was the last meeting that they attended. E says 4 months of absence for any reason. That would put the 4-month absence date to 8/10. And my recommendation would be that we vote to vacate the position on 8/10, and then open position for appointment. And there's a process, right? It has to be open for 20 days, all of that stuff. So I think that there's 2 ways we could go about this. We can pick this up at the next meeting and make that motion. We could make a motion today that says on 8/10, that position will be vacated so that we can then move forward and getting someone in here sooner. I'm willing to open it up to thoughts and, you know, like, again, I don't want this to be judgmental or harsh. We just need people here that are gonna be doing the work. Please.
Can you light me on any notice given to the director?
So there has been multiple attempts to reach out to them. I think that at this point, none of the most recent communications have been responded to. So there's lack of response. Yeah. Thank you.
I would like to entertain the idea of saying it'll be vacant upon August 10th so that we can start September with our school district strong, with our board full, if possible. I think that would give us the best chance of success. And being the person who was appointed last time, coming in January is really hard.
Yeah.
So it would be really nice to have it all feel like a start together, if possible.
I don't think we would be able to appoint anyone until we've had the opportunity. So we would post, if we posted it on the 20th, by our first September meeting, we would be able to, as a board, review those and determine the next steps.
Great, that would
recommendations.
be the fastest we could possibly do
Yes.
it, which would be preferable to delays, I think, for me, anyway.
And I don't disagree. What did you say? Yet. That's what you said.
And?
Yes, and. Yes, that's very much it. We do want to make sure that we are, we have responsibilities as you know. But we also have responsibilities as board members to go out in our community and figure, you know, is there somebody that you know? And give us adequate time to be able to, you know, get it together, sort of. So if we did not meet the September, because we just didn't meet the September date and couldn't get it together till October, I wouldn't feel bad.
I 100% agree. And the sooner you can talk to people, the longer they can long-term plan for the commitment level that it will be.
Yes.
So,
I-
yes, and, yeah.
Yes, and I think that one thing that'll be fabulous is that this position is really only through June. It would give, if we could get this person in the door for a few months, it would give them the opportunity to determine if they want to run for the actual election in the spring.
One concern, just procedural.
Yeah.
If I'm happy moving forward, but if we do move forward today, are we creating like an informal notice period and then a formal notice period? In which case, should we not let some people maybe, I don't know, this is a weird thought.
No, I got you.
So let some people game the system instead of making it a public, when it's fully open in the public. And then my other thought, and this might be premature, but we have had one instance where somebody was kind of appointed by default because they were the only one left, which was a surprising eventuality. And so I would just like us to have kind of like, see a conversation about if there's only one person, then it's not, then we don't have enough candidates, if it ever comes down to that.
Ooh, that would have eliminated several people in my experience being on the board.
I think
I
that-
feel if we're appointing somebody by default, we have not done our job recruiting it.
I'm not talking about that. See, our definition is right. I mean, that's important, and I hear what you're saying, and I get what you're saying. Because sometimes you have a group that looks good and they're moving forward, and then suddenly it doesn't. So what is Plan B, if you will? And.
Yeah, well, I don't want it to come down to one person and be like, well, we're opening it back up because of you. Like, I don't, if the person we chose, we get two people and we choose one and then they can't make it, which we've had happen.
Yep.
We were just like, okay, well, I guess we're gonna go with you. Like, I'd like to have a little more intentionality.
It is an appointment, so that makes it, there's responsibilities around an appointment. Right.
I know.
Just to make sure we're following all the processes, the current director has been notified of this, and if there's this is happening, and this,
After today's meeting, we will update notification with new information.
okay. Just want to make, just confirming all
You don't
that.
have to notify a person when they violate the
Okay,
ORS. We just like, permit.
yes.
We will be following the letter of the law with communication, notification, and I've been working with OSBA to ensure that we are meeting all of the ethics requirements.
Okay, thank you, because it is a slippery slope.
It is slippery.
I mean, these people, we are elected, and to have someone going out that's elected so we can appoint someone is kind of a thing, so,
Yes.
anyway.
I think it's helpful to have the supporting data and our documentation and
Yes,
it isn't just an opinion, I feel it's backed up with at least
There's data there.
data.
it is not,
After we move forward with all of this, how do we have people show interest?
There will be a process that Missy will oversee for us as far as like the official posting, ensuring that those are posted in all the appropriate places, at which point we're free to reach out to people. I think that to answer your question, until something is officially posted from the district, maybe hold off. But maybe say, hey, there's potentially gonna be some open spots coming up on the board. Is this something you would ever be interested in?
And Missy will communicate when that is posted to us, to wherever the magical place is.
I think the other thing, we've been through this before, one of the things that's helpful when you have those conversations with people board meetings, board work sessions, and the budget meetings. So that people, because we had people back out because when they saw the documentation about what it was gonna take, they went, oh, you mean you have your meetings always on Wednesdays? I mean, that was one of the comments, the person who,
Yeah.
you know, was like, didn't we say that to you? The most information we can give them about at least the minimum responsibilities as it relates to showing up in the room or in meetings, that's what we need to do as well. It's helpful to go to coffee with people and talk about it. It's helpful to make your chair go to those meetings and talk. Claudia and I know about that quite a bit, but it's helpful to have people meet with people and allow them to ask them questions so they're well informed about the fact that they're moving forward with that and know what they're trying to do.
Perhaps the calendar could be amended to the application.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Very, very visible.
Well, even though that they may not be a part of this at this point in time, this is what the board is. You know, this is not just, that's why your OSBA needs to be on there. It's part of what we all do in some form or fashion. So, the more information we can get people, not to scare them. That's important.
Transparent.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
I did expect the Multnomah ESD Budget Committee to be more than like a half hour commitment. I had prepared for a little more than that.
So speaking back to this action item, 10.1.2, do we have any motions on the table for tonight, today?
Motion to declare the position vacant after the August.
8:10.
10th, August 10th.
All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Unanimous, the ayes have it. We can connect on making sure that all the pieces are being followed. Thank you. Whew. 252, future agenda items. I didn't think we could do it, James.
You did it.
Nice job, Chair.
Almost.
I mean, we did breeze through some things.
We could talk about cell phones more. Let's see here. So we have not a very robustly built out agenda yet. We have introduction of a couple of new middle school assistant principals. And then we have our standard slate of reports between our student rep report and the superintendent report. Student count, class size analysis, and financial statement. So I'm sure more will come, but that's our meeting so far for Wednesday, September 11th.
Could you put the grant writer assessment or analysis, maybe not on the September meeting, but just on the list so that it doesn't fall off? And I'd like to know when homecoming is. Soon. Do you know? Yes, right. And do you have those little signs that have?
If I don't have the same signs, I promise I'll make new signs.
Okay, thank you.
Just tell me if you're coming, because I made signs for people that didn't show up, and I love y'all dearly, but I'm a busy woman, so I want to know if you're gonna be there, and I will only make you the sign if you're gonna be there.
That's why we need to know when it is,
I have
okay?
homecoming listed for Friday. Let me try this again. I have homecoming listed for Friday, October 4th.
Oh, no, I can't go.
I believe that's it, yes.
And also, you will want to know
I'm in show and show.
about the convocation, the district welcome back that we'll be having with
yeah,
our full
that's-
staff. That'll be on the morning of Wednesday, August 28th.
That's already on my calendar.
Yep.
Missy, you've already said it. But
At like 6 in the morning.
I'll say that again, partially because my mic cut out again. Wednesday, August 28th, 8 o'clock is our district welcome back.
So, Missy, could you send us an invite for the homecoming thing too? Yes, for the parade, you know, what time did, when you find? Yeah,
Anything else for the good of the order?
Oh, I've got so much. Just depends on how baked it is. We've got Centennial concert in the park. I've got some flyers. The band is Barrio Mestizo Band. That's August 3rd, 6:30 at Rutherford Park, which is right next to Patrick Lynch. Let's see. Just for on future items, James knows I'm on a mission about bus passes, like TriMet bus passes, getting them to our students. We had a thing, TriMet offered them all for free for the summer. We didn't get them into all of our students' hands, and I really want to work on that in the future. Park Lane Park is going to have their groundbreaking in the winter at some point, so I hope that we can be aware of that and hopefully have a lot of board presence, because it's going to be hopefully an amazing park coming up. And yeah, the rest I'll just bug James about until next time. Oh, there is a Powell Butte Resource Day. Is it August 24th? I'm asking you. Okay.
He's thinking.
Anyway, I volunteered to a table for the neighborhood there, but I learned we have a bike bus at Powell Butte. So I'd also love to hear more about any of our schools doing any kind of alternative transportation, safe routes, getting people out of their cars type activities. And if we can encourage that, I'd love to, even if I got to help people learn how to take the bus by riding it with them. I'd be happy to do that.
That's great.
I have
And-
one item. On Friday, August 9th at the stadium, the Centennial Youth Football and Cheer CYC are going to be having a movie night at the stadium. So all is welcome, and it is a fundraiser for that nice program.
What time is it? August 9th?
August 9th. And I believe it's 7 o'clock, but I can get more information out to all of you.
I unfortunately will not be there, but I just have to give a shout out to Centennial Youth Football and Cheer, who were able to make participation free for any students that wanted to participate this year. It's a pretty big barrier, and so I'm just so excited and really excited for our kids to get out there.
One tiny thing, wait, I know it's not a huge deal, but Mount Hood Repertory Theater has worked out in Gresham and has been disbanded for quite a few years for loss of funding and space. And the theater community is reorganized, and Mount Hood Rep will be returning to Gresham and East County, and they're hoping to incorporate some work with the high schools and things. So just letting you all know, it's very exciting. 2:57.
Before anybody else can.
If anybody
Recording stopped.